Hello everyone, I am the Enforcer, and here we are very early today with the Day 58 news and also the remainder of the Day 57 news that we did not cover yesterday. I'm not going to make this intro too long. We're actually going to pick up where we all left off yesterday, covering the remainder of the Southern Front news, as well as the international news we weren't able to cover, and then we will go and answer all of the Super Chats from last night that we didn't answer, and if we do have some time, we'll answer some of the questions that were put in from the live chat as well from last night, and then hopefully at 10 p.m. Eastern time, we will then pick up with tonight's news from Day 58, and then I'll lay out the schedule for that news. So without further ado, we're going to go straight into Mariupol, so that way everyone who was here yesterday, who got interrupted by that stupid internet outage, can see the news. So we're going to pick up right where we left off, starting off with the Azov taking out a, let me make sure, let me check them all. I think, okay, it was this video. We saw the Russian tank hit a mine, and this was the last bit of Mariupol news that we had left last night, and so we're going to get to that immediately. Alright, so of course I have to keep this muted because just like last night, it still has copyrighted music in it. But nonetheless, we saw the T-72B3 fire, and then it rolled right over a mine, which then detonated under the track. We're going to skip forward a little bit because a lot of y'all probably saw this last night if you are a return viewer. If you are not a return viewer, make sure to go watch last night's stream. The whole entire thing is up in its entirety now. YouTube fixed the issue, and so you can see the remainder of this video, hopefully, from last night. Anyways, we can see the mine exploding under the tank in this perspective on the video, and now we can see that the tank has detracked itself with the mine exploding under it, and we can now see it pretty much unrolling its track in front of the tank. So now this tank is completely immobilized, practically. When a tank gets detracked, that means that it is pretty much immobilized completely, and so they, of course, have to go through the difficult process of reapplying the track back onto the tank to then make it operational. When you see the cameraman running around towards the tank, we can now see it there. We can now see him running. I'm not exactly sure why. Let's see if it has copyright music here. It does. Unfortunately, I can't play that. So we can see it looks like the tank crew is actually bailed out of the tank due to it being detracked, and I think they're just going to leave it there for a while. They may leave it there permanently, considering that it will still probably be left on the battlefield in days gone by. But nonetheless, we can now see that it appears that they are trying to escape from the area around the tank and try and get into cover. You can see them moving through an open field. It looks like the cameraman is kind of going a little slow. You may actually be on the ground trying to crawl or something. I'm not exactly sure. We can now see that the footage is cut forward to where they got around the building, and we can now see them hanging out around here. We can see that they're all like, oh, dude, what happened? Oh my god, the tank blew up. You know, like, they're having their little powwow moment here. Now we can see the tankers. They're like, wow, look how bad we messed up. But we're going to try and make it look cool since we're on a Russian propaganda channel, and we're going to act like it's all nonchalant, no big deal. But if that mine had blown up right under the tank, we would all be dead right now. So that's probably what they're saying in this interview. Of course not. I'm just kidding. But with that, that is the end of this video. And so we're now going to move on to the news outside of Mariupol. Of course, I'm going to give my usual disclaimer that the defenders of Mariupol have been fighting incredibly to hold. We know that right now, although Day 58 news shows it may be a little bit of a different story, we do know that they are trying to hold the best they can, and the Russians have also taken a little bit of pressure off of them, supposedly claiming that they've won the city and they're withdrawing most of their forces from the area, which tells us that they're probably just going to try and starve out the Azov defenders, or just leave them be until the end of the war. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the news directly outside of Mariupol here, where we can see Ukrainian artillery. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Ukrainian is hitting artillery with a drone. So I'm going to let y'all see this video real quick. It's pretty self-explanatory, but here it is nonetheless. As you can see here, they have some Russian logistics units here. It appears that they're in some kind of tree line. They also have some kind of little tank trailer right there. We can now see the Russians kind of wandering around their little encampment there that they've set up with vehicles. We can also see in the video they're highlighting the Russian vehicles hidden amongst the trees. We can see that they have a small little like camp over here with some chairs and such, and so this looks like the area where the Russians are resting. Actually, we saw one of the Russians birthing a brand new Russian. You can see him excreting fecal matter onto the ground, which means that a new Russian soldier will be taking up arms incredibly soon from that very spot. The question is, do they have the clothes and the weapons to give that man to keep going? Now you can see artillery is raining down all around the Russians. Of course, the Ukrainian artillery is incredibly accurate and does an incredibly good job most of the time, and it looks like they're doing a pretty decent job here as far as we can tell. We can now see more artillery shells raining in. Now the footage has gotten a little bit grainy. It looks like they're trying to zoom in a little bit, but we can see here that one of the Russian vehicles has caught fire and has most likely been completely destroyed. And so with that, that's the end of the video. It is, of course, good to see that the Ukrainians are managing to still give the Russians hell, regardless of where they are, even outside of Mariupol, somewhere in the area. We're now going to move on to the next bit of news in Melitopol, where we can see that a citizen took it upon himself and said, "Russians? Not in my city." And he went up to his local government office building and tore down the flag that was in front of it and then threw it in the trash. So check this out. And no one stopped him. Like, no Russian military or police came through and stopped him. Look at this guy. You can tell he is pissed about this flag. He takes the thing off the flagpole, just rips it clean off, then takes it over to the garbage can, and he throws it in the garbage. So now you see him wandering off, and he has done his civic duty for today in the occupied city of Melitopol. And hopefully, sometime in the future, the city of Melitopol will be liberated from the Russian occupation, and they will once again be in Ukrainian lands. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the next two videos in Zaporizhzhia, and then we're going to move on to Kryvyi Rih, and then we're going to cover the news that we had inside of Russia yesterday, and that will conclude all of Day 57's news, which was yesterday's news. I'm also going to change this up here on the map to Day 58, just so that we all know. But anyways, we're now going to move on to the Zaporizhzhia news, where we saw that some buses apparently managed to save some people from Mariupol yesterday. We weren't exactly sure yesterday how many, but the buses did return, and they did have people inside of them. And so here they are. A few buses managed to be successful in their operation, but we do know that most of the buses did not manage to make it through due to the Russians firing on them, and the Ukrainians claimed that the humanitarian corridor was a failure due to the Russians not upholding their end of the agreement and saying that they weren't going to fire on Ukrainian humanitarian vehicles entering the city attempting to evacuate civilians. We're now going to move on to the next bit of news from inside of Zaporizhzhia, where we can actually see the rocket attack yesterday hit a sanatorium, and it appears to have heavily damaged it. As we can see here in these pictures, most of the windows are blown out. It looks like some debris has been blown from the inside outwards. And in this next picture, we can see a pretty decently sized crater that looks like it was made in the side of a hill somewhere near the sanatorium. Once again, it's incredibly unfortunate. Sanatoriums are actually something of a rarity to see here in the United States. They actually used to be a little bit more common than they are now. But apparently in Ukraine, they actually have some pretty sizable mental health facilities, much like sanatoriums. And so it's very interesting to know that they had one. And what's crazy to think is that this sanatorium was actually out here on this island. Of course, I don't have an actual good look at this island. We're just looking at it through Google My Maps. But nonetheless, it is really something to think that the Russians somehow missed the entire city of Zaporizhzhia, which probably has much more strategic targets on it than this one island, and somehow the missile hit on the island and at the sanatorium. Very bizarre. It does seem to be evidence that the Russians are targeting some kind of civilian complexes, but nonetheless, we're going to move on to Kryvyi, where we can see a buried weapon cache. A man saw a couple of people in the woods burying barrels, and he reported it to the local police. The police turned up and dug where the guy said the barrels were buried, and lo and behold, the man was correct, and they actually found a buried cache of weapons somewhere on the outskirts of the city. We're not exactly sure what these weapons were going to be used for or who exactly buried them, so there's a lot of speculation as to who did this. It may have been a Ukrainian resistance group, fearing the worst, who managed to hide some AKs for when the Russians took over, they could go out there and dig them back up. It may have been Russian operatives planting the AKs there, so that way they can use them to help the Russians overthrow the Ukrainian defenders in the city. It's not entirely sure, and that's all assumptions, but nonetheless, they did find barrels of buried equipment and gear in the outskirts of the city. So with that, we're now going to move on to our last bit of location unknown news. Well, I'm sorry, not location unknown news, day 57 news before we move on to day 58, where we can see a chemical plant on fire in Russia. We also know that there was an important building that the Ministry of Defense in Russia uses that was used for missile development and also the nuclear systems. But unfortunately, I didn't get a video for that, and I can't really explain it too well because I couldn't find it again after I saw it yesterday. But nonetheless, here's the video of that chemical plant on fire. And so that's the end of the video. Now it's just looping over again. And there's not really much to add to that. We don't know who started the fire, but it was causing large amounts of damage to the complex itself. And it does appear that it may be something related to the war effort, considering that the chemical plant produced chemicals that were being used in some equipment. So with that, that is the end of the day 57 news. And now we are going to move on. And bear with me, everyone, because I got to make sure that we recognize all the people who did support the channel yesterday and make sure to answer their questions, because they, of course, are helping us out. And if they are helping us to continue doing what we do, we respect that very much and want to make sure that we do answer their questions. And so with that, we're now going to move on to yesterday's questions, and then after we cover those, we'll move on to today's news from day 58. And so what do we got, Matthew?
So, good evening, everybody. It's Enforcer Matt again. Yesterday, as everybody knows, was a bit of a disaster, but hopefully tonight we're faring a little bit better. So, first up, we have a $23 donation from Anders Olson, who says, "Time for a more correct spelling reflecting their values, Russia and Putin," and they put swastikas in the middle of the spelling.
I'd have to agree. That actually is a pretty accurate description of the spelling. It does appear that they are pretty fascist in how they're conducting their operations, and because in a sense, it looks like they're almost trying to genocide the Ukrainians, much like the Germans were trying to commit a genocide against Eastern European people in general. So I thank you very much for the support, and I hope that does address the comment in a way. So I thank you once again, and with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And next up, we have a $22 donation from Paolo Caradini, who says, "Thanks for another great update and Slava Ukraine."
Slava Ukraini, and thank you so much for the support. It does mean a lot to our channel, and I'm glad that a lot of people do enjoy it. Of course, this is very early on in the stream, so I'm sorry about that, y'all. Usually this is at the end, but nonetheless, the stream did end early last night due to internet connectivity issues, and so we were never able to cover the remainder of the news I just covered right then, and also answer the questions we got from last night. So with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
And next up, I want to recognize a $20 donation from Edward Curl. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. Up next, we have a $20 donation from George Sierra, who says, Press Secretary for the Pentagon discussed the delivery of ghost drones at length during the press conference yesterday. Similar to Switchblade, but other capabilities, it was already under development before the war.
And I do thank you very much for the information. Yesterday, I did make a statement saying I'm not really sure if those things existed, but apparently I did miss a Pentagon briefing yesterday that did state that they apparently did exist and they had been in development prior to the war. Well, of course, I have to see how many they got and if they're effective in any way, but I do thank you so much for the info and also the support as well. It does mean a lot to the channel. And so, with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And next up, we have a $20 donation from Kaltenberg, who says, Thanks, Enforcer.
And thank you so much for watching, and I'm glad that you do enjoy the stream a lot. So, with that, I thank you once again, and we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next here, we have a $20 donation from Chris Lusak, who says, Nothing you can do about the lag. Thanks for the great content and hang in there.
And I thank you so much for the support. We, of course, couldn't do anything about the lag, and I hated that because I like to deliver an incredibly good show if I can and have everyone able to watch it without any kind of frustrations or difficulties. But last night we did run into that. So I'm sorry, but I am making it up today because we did start a whole hour early to just answer these questions alone. And so I thank you so much for the support, and I'm glad that you do understand. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And just real quick to give everybody a little timeline, we are looking at starting today's news around it's 10 p.m. Eastern. So we will be starting around that time. So please stick with us for the questions, and we're going to get through these as quick as we can. Next up, we have a $14 donation from Rodnov Claw, who says, Hi, Enforcer. I've been watching the stream since day 15. Not sure if Russia is giving up means the Ukraine has won. I'm sure you watched that conversation between Putin and Shoigu. They intend to seal it off and let them starve to death.
I did not have time actually to watch the entire conversation in between Sergey and Putin. Once again, I'm very hard pressed for time right now. There are finals going on, and so I can't really focus on everything entirely 100%. But from what I was able to collect from a lot of news articles, the Russians were claiming that they had won the city and they were withdrawing most of their forces because they're not wanting to attack the Azovstal due to humanitarian reasons. That's what I was able to collect while I watched while I read the news yesterday. But I do thank you very much for the info and the support as well. And with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a super chat from Not a Teacher who puts in a $10 donation. And they're going to try to torture me real quick. They said Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked. If Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, where's the peck of pickled peppers that Peter Piper picked?
Interesting. Well, I'm very surprised that you could actually get through that. And so, with that, I thank you so much, Not a Teacher, for torturing Matthew for a second. It is, of course, entertaining. And so, with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $10 donation from Brando Commando, who says the U.S. is reportedly sending Phoenix Ghost drones, which are classified munitions that are used by Delta Force and other elite U.S. forces. Have you ever heard of them, and what are your thoughts on how they might be used?
I have never heard of him, and it doesn't look like a lot of the world has heard of him at all, because the only news I could find about those drones came out yesterday with the announcement that they were being sent over. There aren't even any pictures of them, which of course kind of throws a little bit of a wrench into the validity of their existence in my mind, because while I don't believe the United States would lie about a weapon system that we will, of course, probably see sometime in the future being used, it is weird to me that there's absolutely no pictures of this kind of drone anywhere. That's very odd to me. And the only pictures and videos I have seen are of some kind of concept pictures and videos of it. But nonetheless, that's kind of my opinion. Of course, on this channel, I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. I'm just saying on this channel, I always look for video and picture evidence for something to actually exist and be the case. And in this instance, there isn't any of that yet. So, of course, we're going to keep a vigilant eye out to see if we can find any video or pictures soon of these being used on the front. But I do thank you so much for the support, and I hope that does answer the question. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the next one.
And up next, we have a $10 donation from TJ Johnson, who says, As a farmer, I've seen the cost of fertilizer going up in the U.S. It's nice to see the Ukraine farmers still getting theirs from Russia for cheap. Slava Ukraine, and thanks for the show.
Slava Ukraini, and thank you so much for enjoying the show. And it is an actual interesting tidbit to hear that fertilizer prices are going up in the United States. The U.S. government actually, I believe, is heavily involved in the farming industry, the agriculture industry in general, due to the economic depression of 1929, also known as the Great Depression. They actually got heavily involved in the entire food production realm. That's why we actually have districts where milk can be sold here in the U.S. and also the government heavily regulates milk, cheese, and beef. That's also the whole reason why we used to have government cheese here in the United States. But I do thank you so much for the support and the information as well. It is, of course, very interesting to hear from the perspective of a farmer what is going on in their eyes and how they're being affected by the war. And so I thank you so much once again for the support. And with that being said, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $10 donation from Rockets Red Wines, who says, "Where do the Russian tank crews go when they abandon the tanks? Defect or dead in a ditch? Great work, Enforcer and Matt. Leaf Spring Army forever."
Thank you very much. I'm glad to see that we do have members of the Leaf Spring Army, and I do have a poll up right now to see if the Leaf Spring Army is liking this video. And make sure to like it if you do enjoy it. It is, of course, incredibly important to our longevity as a channel that people like it. It does show that they enjoy the streams and that they should be pushed to more people, and YouTube takes that very seriously. So if you do enjoy the news, make sure to like it. It will reach more people, and more people will be able to hear this news and enjoy it. But to answer that question. Can you read that one back to me real quick to make sure that I did answer that question?
So their main question was, where do the Russian tank crews go when they abandon their tanks?
Ah, yes. So I remember you actually said they defect or dead in a ditch. They don't defect, as far as I know. They may surrender. Dead in a ditch is a high possibility. We've seen well, y'all haven't because they can't show it on stream, but I have seen a load of Russians dead in ditches with the tanker helmets on, which tells us that they were tank crews. And then finally, one of the last options is that they may bail out and actually survive and manage to be grabbed up by the Russians again and probably sent through the system again, given a new tank and sent back to the front. That may actually be the case for some of them, but an incredibly small number. Most of the crews appear to be dying inside of the tank when the tanks get hit and explode. So I hope that does answer the question, and I thank you so much for the support once again. It is very nice, and it does mean a lot. And so with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have an $8 donation from Sasha Grabowski, who says, "I saw some news that more troops potentially linked up to Azovstal. Have you heard anything about this?"
Yes, we did. They didn't really link up per se. It's not like they came from elsewhere in Ukraine and linked up. It was actually the 36th Infantry Brigade, which was somewhere else in the city, and they managed. The Azov managed to have a breakthrough unit break through the lines, reach the 36th Infantry Brigade, and then tell them that they were all going to regroup inside of the Azovstal and create a new defensive perimeter. So the 36th Infantry Brigade, along with a breakthrough unit from the Azov Battalion, managed to fight their way back through Russian lines to the Azovstal, where they then joined forces with the Azov Battalion and set up a new defensive perimeter, which you can see here on the map outlined in red. Unfortunately, usually I would tell everyone to go click on the link below and see the map for yourselves and take a good look at it. Unfortunately, we're still having technical issues tonight. The map is not wanting to load, so I'm sorry about that. But nonetheless, we will be working on getting a map out tomorrow of Day 59's news. So I thank you all once again for bearing with me. There has been a couple of technical difficulties over the past 2 days, and so I thank you all once again. And with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
And just for anybody that might have just shown up, we are currently covering last night's super chats at the moment, and we're going to be getting around to today's news very shortly. So please bear with us. Our next one is from Jonathan Toe, who puts in a donation of $8. He says, "Thank you for your ongoing hard work, Enforcer. How about the viral Ukraine Will Win song to end your stream?"
I've been thinking about that, but the problem is I'm not really sure if it's copyrighted or not, and that's always a huge concern. If they get copyrighted enough, I can get in a lot of trouble. And one thing I don't want to do is get in trouble because then YouTube could stop my privileges to upload, and then an entire week could pass due to a strike, and where I can't upload the news. And so I don't really want that, so I always try and play it careful. But if it is copyright free, I would maybe think about it, but I still like the anthem we have nonetheless. And also, to signify the beginning of the normal streaming night, At 9:10, I will actually play the Anthem intro again, just for everyone who may be getting here on their usual nightly schedule, so that way they don't miss the beautiful song. And so I thank you all so much for hanging with us. And also, I'd like to reiterate again, because Matthew's been reiterating it, but it is something incredibly important to know. Right now, we are covering for the issues we had last night on stream. So if you are here right now, and this is actually the first time you're watching this video, you're actually pretty much watching what we do at the end of our normal videos. So at around 10:10 p.m. Eastern time, we're actually going to be starting today's video pretty much. We're just here making sure that we cover base on everything that happened yesterday. And so I thank you all once again for being here and bearing with us a bit. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have an $8 donation from longtime channel supporter Anthony Smith, who says, "Hello, Enforcer. The proper response to Slava Ukraine, glory to Ukraine, is Hiram Slava, glory to the heroes. Also, Australia should be in that aid infographic."
I do know which one you're talking about. Unfortunately, I wasn't the one to make the infographic, so I don't have a lot of control of who got put in it. But nonetheless, I have heard a couple of times that the proper response to Slava Ukraini is Heroam Slava. But nonetheless, I do like saying Slava Ukraini, and so I pretty much just say that just because I know that there is a proper way to say it, but you know. I'm me, and I'm going to do things that are me, even if they are wrong in that regard. So I thank you once again so much for the support, and it does mean a lot that everyone helps us to continue running this channel through their support. Without y'all, this just couldn't happen. So I thank y'all. Thank you once again for the support. And with that, how many super chats do we have left from last night?
So we are currently sitting at about 10 or 11.
All right. So we're going to cover these, and then we're actually going to cover, if we have time, questions from the live chat last night that did not have a super chat attached, but were asked, because we always like to answer people's questions just from the normal live chat. Just because, you know, you don't have to pay to get a question answered on here. So throw down a question if you're new, and you know, with the @enforcer tag on it, and you may be one of the lucky people who gets their question answered tonight. So who knows? Anyways, with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And I want to recognize a $7 donation from Martin Nielsen. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. We very much appreciate it. Up next, we have a $5 donation from VMan29397, who says, "How much of an impact will the M77 howitzers have on heavy firepower that the Ukrainians have asked for?"
They'll have a pretty decent effect on the heavy firepower. Of course, the 155 millimeter shell is getting up towards the larger range of artillery that can be, excuse me, fielded. We do know that the normal S27 Peon, if y'all don't know what kind of SPG that is, I'll pull that up for y'all real quick. The S27 Peon. That is the 2S7. Sorry, I got the designation wrong. But nonetheless, this is a 207 millimeter gun mounted onto an SPG kind of chassis. This is one of the largest artillery pieces that the Ukrainians field, and it's so large that they pretty much had to have a specially designed vehicle. Of course, this was produced in Soviet times, so the Russians actually have these as well, but they had to produce a specially designed vehicle to carry the absolute size of the gun. Nonetheless, the M77, which I've actually seen in real life, and I have to say I'm a huge fan of this artillery piece, is the standard American towed artillery piece with a 155 millimeter caliber, 155 millimeter shell. Said something really dumb there. I said millimeter and caliber together, but nonetheless, this is the standard artillery piece in the United States. It's incredibly capable, and I do think that a 155 millimeter towed artillery piece will add a whole bunch of extra oomph to the Ukrainians' artillery supplies and inventory. So I thank you so much for the support, and I hope that does answer the question in a way. Of course, it will be entirely dependent on the actual number of artillery pieces that the Ukrainians managed to get from the United States, but something is better than nothing. And in the words of President Zelensky, freedom must be armed better than tyranny, and I think that that is a step in the right direction. So I thank you so much once again for your support, and with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And I just want to quickly thank everybody for hitting that like button. We're currently sitting at 1.4 thousand likes this early into the stream. So that is really, really fast. So thank you very much for that support. Up next, we have a $5 donation from Smarzig, who says, "Hey, cool bros, what do you look like?"
You will actually find that out very soon. Well, you won't figure out what Matthew looks like because he'll be behind the camera, but you're going to figure out what I'm going to look like because we're actually still planning on filming our first video and having it released soon. It won't be like within days, it'll probably be within weeks, kind of soon. But nonetheless, it will be soon, and you'll actually get a good idea of what we look like, and you'll get to take a good look at our ugly mugs. So I thank you so much for the support, and I hope that does answer the question. And with that being said, we're going to move on to the next one.
And up next, we have a $5 donation from Judo 2001 who says, "Where is the UN? Why can't they do anything?"
The United Nations has been trying to do something, but once again, something that everyone always has to remember is that historically, everyone's always asking, where is the UN? The UN is really just a organization on paper. They don't really have any kind of power to actually do anything. They're the it's kind of like this. This is a good analogy. A policeman has power because of his baton and his gun. If he did not have the baton nor the gun, he's just a normal guy walking around in a uniform. He derives his power based off of the authority society gives him and also the ability he has to carry through on that authority. The United Nations is a lot like a cop without a baton nor a gun. There is no, rather than the uniform, there and the authority that they supposedly have, there is no way to actually carry through on it. And historically, you see that time and time again. You saw that inside of Yugoslavia once they tore apart in the early 90s, once Tito died. You see that in China when they detest the treatment of the Uyghurs. And, well, I believe I mispronounced that. Sorry about that. But nonetheless, we're just going to blow on through that one. And the concentration camps and all that sort of stuff. We've seen them detest that. But they have no actual ability nor authority to actually do anything about anything that goes on in the world. We can see that especially in Uganda, if you've ever looked at the situation that happened in Uganda in the late 60s and early 70s. The United Nations detested it greatly, but the United Nations actually had no authoritative power to really do much. UN peacekeepers are once again kind of the same. They're heavily regulated by the rules and regulations of the United Nations, and there's really no power that UN peacekeepers have rather than to just exist in the area and shoot at things that shoot at them first. And even at that, that's a huge deal. If they get shot at, they have to go through this massive chain of command to figure out if they can actually shoot back or not. So I hope that does answer the question in a way. It's really just due to the bureaucratic structure of the United Nations and also its lack of actual authority or ability to enforce its authority. So I thank you so much for that question. I hope that does answer it. And with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
And next up, we have a $5 donation from Tan, who says, "Hello from Augusta, Georgia. Thanks for all you do and have been watching since day one."
Wow. Now that is a rare specimen right there. If you've been watching since day one, you were around before the channel even blew up. This channel started, just for everyone to know who may be new, this channel started uh doing this stream about 58 days ago at this point. And so it's really crazy actually to hear that people have been watching since day one, because on day one when I started doing this, I had 87 subs. And so that kind of gives you an idea of how large this channel has grown over the course of these streams. But I do thank you so much for being here since day one, and I'm glad that you do enjoy the stream so much that you've been watching ever since. It does mean a lot to me, and it really touches me to think that people who've been around since the start are still watching to this day. And so thank you very much once again. That was very nice of you to say. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $5 donation from Simon Gardner, who says, "Russian daily losses more accurate than Kiev Independent. Please check my message on Discord. Excuse me, giving web address. It won't allow me to post here."
Got you. Of course, we actually do not allow people to post URLs in the live chat because we actually found out that some people were trying to conduct scams doing that. And so we had to shut it down for everyone. I hate that, though. But nonetheless, I will try and take a look at it if I can. But I am still hard pressed for time, so I'm not sure if I will, but I guarantee you that I will try. And so I thank you so much for the support, and I will take a good look at those casualty figures when I can. And with that being said, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $5 donation from Quad Gamer, who says, "If Russia is pulling troops out of Mariupol, can the Ukrainians stage a breakout?"
I'm not exactly sure. That's something that would be kind of tough to do. First off, they would have to break out through the city, which would be pretty tough. They'd have to do street to street fighting to get out of there. And in any direction, it looks like they would have to go through about 5 miles of city towards the north, about 5 miles of city to the west, and about another 5 miles of city to the east. So they'd have to street fight through 5 miles of the city, and then once they get out there, if they were trying to head towards the area of Volnovakha, then they would have to travel on foot, probably with no support, another 25 miles or so to the Ukrainian lines. And I believe that would be impossible for them. I think they would be entirely decimated before they could ever make it to the Ukrainian lines that are so far away at this point that it just doesn't really seem like a possibility. So I believe that they will be stuck inside of the Azovstal for the foreseeable future. And that's just really my assessment of the situation, though. They may conduct a breakout. I don't know, considering that Russian forces are supposedly weaker in the area of Mariupol now than they have been due to a large Russian withdrawal. Maybe they will try one, but I'm not entirely sure. So I thank you very much for the question. I hope I've answered that, at least as far as my opinion is concerned on the situation. And so I thank you once again so much for the support. And with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $5 donation from Ninos GLG, who says, "What do you think the Russians meant when they said they have a 3-ton surprise on the way? Also, some reports of Russians capturing U.S. military aid."
Thank you very much for the support. We do know that they have been managing to capture a couple of U.S. military items that have been sent to Ukraine. For example, we do know that the Russians are in possession of a couple of Javelin CLUs and also Javelin missiles. And then on occasion, we've actually seen them using a few of those on video from what we can tell, but it was incredibly rare, and that occurred really during the first 2 weeks of the war. To answer the other part of that question, could you read the second part of that question back to me real quick, Matthew, to make sure I cover it?
He said, "What do you think the Russians meant when they said they have a 3-ton surprise on the way?"
A 3-ton surprise. I don't really know what they would mean by that. There's not a lot of objects that weigh 3 tons, but then again, I don't know about the objects that would weigh 3 tons. That's kind of in the smaller category, so it's not a tank. It's probably not any kind of vehicle, as a matter of fact. No kind of aircraft weighs about 3 tons. It may be a drone. I could see a drone maybe weighing 3 tons, but that would be a pretty sizable drone. Um, well, I don't know. It may not. It may not be a sizable drone. I'm not entirely sure. But I don't know of a lot that weighs 3 tons. Maybe a ballistic missile. I'm not sure. There's just not that much that weighs that little in terms of like equipment in war. So unfortunately, I don't really know exactly what they mean by that. It sounds like they're trying to get on the hype train, which I don't really think they're operating too well because every time they try and deliver on their hype, they absolutely fail. As we can see here, this offensive that they've renewed here in the southeast is not making any kind of meaningful progress or ground. So I thank you so much for the support, and I hope that does answer the question in a way, at least as far as I know. And with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $5 donation from Chris, who says, "I'm thinking that white smoke coming from that vehicle was the engine self-destruct feature, i.e., it blew up. I'm thinking it's burning coolant slash oil."
That may be the case, but then again, at the same time, Challenger 2s actually have some kind of smoke system inside of their engine. Also, real quick, before I answer that question, someone said, and I want to address this. Someone said, Ghost Call said, the Enforcer, why do you forget a lot? You on drugs? No, I'm not on drugs. And the reason why I'm forgetting is because I have a million things running through my mind. I'm trying to answer that question, look at the live chat as well, and then think about where I need to go with the news. So there's a lot going on. That's why I forget. And also, just to clarify, the $420 donation on Sunday was not a 420 Blaze It joke. I don't smoke weed. I'm going to make that clear. Of course, a lot of people are not going to believe me just because they want to think I'm like a pothead or something. But I don't smoke weed, and it was actually just how the numbers added up and how everything came together. And when I saw that number, I was like, oh no. I was like, maybe I ought to round it up. But then in the end, I didn't. So it ended up being 420, and now I kind of regret it. But I'm not on drugs, and it's just that I have a lot going on, and so it's kind of tough to stay on track and answer a question. And so now that I've done that, I've forgotten what that other super chat was about. And so, Matthew, could you read that back to me real quick?
So they were talking about apparently from a video yesterday, the white smoke coming from a
Oh,
vehicle was a
yes.
self-destruct.
Yes, now I remember. Challenger 2s actually have a smoke system built into the tank that actually operates off of the engine. I believe that the US's M1A2 well, actually, I believe most of the M1 series of tanks actually has a similar kind of smoke discharging system. I'm not exactly sure if the Russians have that kind of engine smoke dispenser system, but nonetheless, if they do, that may explain the smoke. I'm not really sure if engines are designed to self-destruct. That seems like something not too smart to include in a tank. But then again, I'm not exactly an expert on tanks' engine systems or how they operate, so that may be the case, but I'm not entirely sure. That's kind of my input on it, though. So I hope I've answered that question pretty well. And I thank you so much for the support. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And next up, we have a $5 donation from Big Tex, who says Phoenix Ghost is not a rumor. It was discussed yesterday in televised press briefing by Pentagon spokesman John Kirby, though not in much detail. The vid is on YouTube.
Very interesting. I will try and take a look at it. Of course, I haven't seen a lot about it, and it seems like it's something incredibly new that just appeared on everyone's radar yesterday. So I will try and take a look at it as best as I can. I do have a busy day tomorrow. I actually do have to write up a huge script that we've been working on for this video to make sure that it is well put together. But nonetheless, I do thank you so much for the support, and I hope that does answer the question in a way. So I thank you once again, and with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And next up, we have another $5 donation from Chris, who says, in my opinion, I would like to see 10 to 20-minute videos from the previous stream highlighting the major events. 2.5 hours is too much for my attention span.
I can't agree, and I think tonight we're absolutely going to blow your mind because we are probably going to go all the way till 12:50 at night for y'all again. And on top of that, we started an hour early to cover all the questions from last night, including this one. So you strap in, bud, because you're going to be in for a hell of a ride tonight. But the problem with doing that is that it's kind of tough for me to do because I don't have a lot of time, and that is cutting into the very small amount of time I have. So I'm not really sure if I could do a 10 to 20 minute recap. Maybe I could have someone do that for me, but at the same time, everyone who is helping me out right now is incredibly busy themselves and have their own lives, and so it may be tough for them to get to doing that as well. So I thank you so much for the support. I do understand, but nonetheless, the streams are just end up being that long these days. So I thank you so much for the support, and I hope you can understand why the streams are that long. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
And just real quick to recap one more time for those that are asking, some of our regular viewers are just now showing up. We are currently covering yesterday's super chats and covered yesterday's news just a moment ago as well. So we'll get into today's news around 10:10 p.m. Eastern. So stick around. We're going to be getting to it shortly. Next up, we have a $5 donation from Brian Waitikas, who says, this happened to Inside Russia YouTube channel, referring to the issues we had last night. They say, I think you need to reboot and restart stream. It's probably a DDoS attack, and you need to put up a VPN.
Well, I thank you very much for the support. And as far as we can tell, not to hype everything up because I know that we've said this a lot, but for some reason it does look like someone is trying to DDoS something on our end. It seems like our network may be in the process of being DDoSed during our outages because after we end the stream last night, the connection that we got on the internet actually returned to normal. Now, it wasn't a call with some people on Discord after the stream last night and did get disconnected. But it turns out that Matthew was actually turning off the router and resetting it, and so that's what caused that disconnect. So it wasn't actually an internet outage. It apparently was something that occurred on the stream. Not trying to hype it up or anything. I don't really know who would do it, and of course, I'm very certain that it's probably not the Russian government. I think it's just people on the internet because people on the internet, they're pretty smart and have the ability to do nasty things like that. They may just be messing with the channel and the streams as well. So I thank you so much for the support, and I do agree we are looking into that right now, and we're seeing about implementing a lot of those things to try and improve our security and ensure that the streams still go out the way they should. And so I thank you once again, and with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And next up, we have an $8 donation from Digital Bladeka, who says, just a coffee for you, Enforcer, and also Matt.
Well, I thank you very much for the coffees. Of course, Matthew and me highly appreciate all the coffees that we get in our chat. It does help us to try and keep awake, and I drink my coffee super early tonight to make sure that I have enough strength and energy in me to get through this stream tonight. And golly, I don't know. That's going to be tough, y'all, because this thing is going to be about 3 to 4 hours long, considering it started an hour early. So if y'all leave, I understand. But at the same time, stick around because we will be getting to today's news very soon. We're just going through all the questions from last night and make sure that we've got them covered. But nonetheless, I do thank you so much for the support. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And next up here, we have 4 more super chats left. The next one is from James Morris for $4. He says, does it not follow that if Germany feels guilt for World War II, they should be helping Ukraine like the rest, since millions of them served in the Red Army?
I do believe that should be the case. The Germans are a very weird country, though, politically, historically, and really economically, considering that the European Union pretty much formed out of France trying to make Germany completely dependent on being friends with the French. But to move on from that, I believe the Germans should step up and start providing a lot more help. They used this war as an excuse to up their military budget to $100 billion in the next year. And so if they're going to up their budget that high, which actually outpaces the Russians almost by a factor of 1.5, well, 1.5 or 1.75, that tells you that they really ought to be helping out the Ukrainians a lot more, considering that they're probably going to start ramping up the amount of equipment they have in terms of the numbers, the volume, and the quality. So I think that they should help out the Ukrainians a lot more. And also considering the historical perspective that the Germans treated the Ukrainians incredibly poorly in the war, along with the Belarusians, considering that all of Ukraine and Belarus at a time was in German occupied territory, and they pretty much committed a genocide against a quarter of the population in Belarus and a similar amount of the population inside of Ukraine. I believe that the Germans are historically obligated to provide more support to Ukraine. But I desist. That's really my opinion on the matter. But I do thank you so much for the support, and we're going to move on to the next question.
And Enforcer, I'm noticing a couple of people are saying that the poll is messing with their computers a little bit. So if you would like to go ahead and close it, that might clear up their issues a little bit. I think it's taking up a little bit of their sort of RAM space there. But anyways,
Got you. We
moving on
ended
to
that.
the next one we have. All right. So moving on to the next one we have from Josh Dean, who puts in a $2 donation and says, "Has the Penguin Army made it to Donbass yet?"
Sadly, the Penguin Army has not made it to the Donbass yet. We do know that the Antarcticans have been preparing for this war for quite some while. Of course, this is a joke. Everyone don't take it seriously. But they have been preparing for this war for quite some while, and it does look like they are almost ready to go, but we are still waiting on the final word that they will begin to enter the Donbass. So we're just waiting for the word, and once they do join, the Penguins will, of course, start to sway this war into a different direction than it's currently going into. But I thank you so much for the support. Hopefully, if they're on the Russian side, they're not going to arrive. But I thank you once again, and with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
And now we have two super chats left. The next one is from Adrian Carter, who puts in a $2 donation and says, "Get to the super chat."
We did. We got to the super chat. So
It's from Honest M, who puts $2. He says, "I hear Dick Cheney is taking Putin hunting on May the 9th."
interesting. If he does take Putin hunting, I wish Dick Cheney well. We know he has an incredibly good hunting record, and for some reason, Dick Cheney has become a joke on this channel. I don't know how, but he has. We've never really said anything about him in particular, but nonetheless, it appears that that is now a joke. So I thank you so much for the support. I hope that Dick Cheney does take Putin hunting on May 9th. It will be an incredibly good victory day, not for the Russians, but for the rest of us. And so I thank you once again, and with that, it looks like we're experiencing lag again.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
You're kidding.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I just said it on the control room. It says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming.
I see some people saying that it's sort of half and half right now.
Yes, it does seem so. And also, let me turn on slow mode real quick. And we're going to see if the lag issues persist. I'm not going to put up a poll, though. I don't know if that will make the lag worse. But with that, let me go and make sure that slow mode is on, because it appears that it is not. And so, slow mode is now on. A lot of people are saying they don't have lag, so apparently... That's weird, though, because on my control room, it says YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Let me open up my widget real quick. Take a look at that. Okay, it's back to normal now. We're good. All right. I was getting scared. People were freaking me out. So with that, we're actually okay. So hey, we're okay. But anyways, with that, we're now going to move on, if we have no more super chats from last night, to some questions. The chat's blowing up now. Everyone's saying that it's good. But we're now going to move on to some normal questions from the live chat last night. And if you And let me make this clear. You do not have to put in a super chat to get a question answered. It just helps to support this channel, and if you do have a question attached to the support you're giving to this channel, we will answer it. We will never skip a super chat ever. If you're giving support, I feel like I owe something in return for helping you help me keep on doing this. But nonetheless, if you would just like to ask a question and you don't have the ability to support the channel, or if you just don't really feel like the quality of the content is good enough to actually pay to support the channel, you can ask a question in the live chat normally, and we will still try and answer some of them. So with that, we're going to answer several questions from the live chat last night until we reach 9:10. Well, not 9:10, 10:10, and then we will actually play the intro card over again, and that will mark the beginning of the day 58 news. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
So that's a relief to know that that was just a false alarm. So the first question we have from yesterday's live chat is from Vitaly, who says, Enforcer, what's with the multiple ex-Russian oil company top management killing their families and dying of suicide? It sounds like Putin is taking them out one family at a time.
It does sound like that, from what you've said. Unfortunately, I haven't really heard a lot about it, and I do always like to try and be on top of everything, but I believe that is something that is passing under my radar because I don't really focus on Russian oligarchs a lot. One, because the information about them kind of seems a little sketchy at best most times, and so I've kind of at this point filtered that out in favor of trying to get the best frontline news from inside of the war as possible. There's loads of it coming out. There's loads of news in every direction coming out every day, and so I have to kind of decide what must be covered. And so now I've kind of narrowed it down, and I've decided out of everything I am going to cover, it's pretty much just going to be frontline news. That's what a lot of y'all come here for. Y'all come here to see frontline news and information, and so that's what we will continue to do until the end of time. And so with that, I thank you so much for the question. It is a interesting question, and I'm sorry I really couldn't answer it too well, but nonetheless, we're going to move on to the next one.
And next up, we have one from Jay Tremblay, who says, Enforcer, a news story emerged yesterday about the Russian state of Kaliningrad holding a referendum to vote for independence.
That is actually a very good statement. We actually did hear a lot about that the other day, and the sad truth of that is that they actually did not hold an election. That was apparently some kind of false narrative being pushed. There was no election, and they did not vote for independence because there was no election. I'm not really sure why that started. I think that was just kind of like a false statement that got spread around really quickly because people were wanting to say, "Oh, Kaliningrad's going to be independent." And just for everyone to know, this is Kaliningrad right here, and this actually used to be part of East Prussia. East Prussia used to actually extend down to, let me try and mark it the best I can, down to around right here. That used to be pretty much the remainder of East Prussia, and I'm talking about like World War II German borders pre 1939, and then the German border, if I can draw it up correctly, looks something like, make sure this is right though, something like that. And Poland actually had a little bit more land out here towards the direction of Ukraine, surprisingly, but nonetheless. This actually was once a part of East Prussia, so it's actually full of ethnically German people, I believe, although the Russians probably did a whole bunch to mess with the population, and they sent in a whole bunch of Russians and probably taught them Russian and tried to turn them into Russians, as in usual fashion, but nonetheless, I wouldn't be surprised if Kaliningrad is not exactly pleased with what mainland Russia is doing, because they aren't really Russian. They're really East Prussian, which is kind of a part of Germany historically. So I thank you very much for the comment there, but unfortunately, there is no truth to the statement that they did have an election and voted for independence. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a question from Freedom First, who says, Enforcer, do you think Germany would ever side with Russia? Germany is heavily reliant on Russian oil.
Just because they're relying on Russian oil does not mean that they do not understand their political situation. Just like I was saying earlier, the European Union was not formed with the grand ambitions and goals that it has today. The European Union was originally formed solely in between France and Germany, I believe in 1957, just because the French wanted to make sure that the Germans would be economically reliant on a connection with the French, and so that would pretty much ensure economically that the Germans would not be able to do a lot against France's interests, which pretty much became the interests of Europe in the future. Also, the other thing, said the United States is tied into Germany heavily militarily. We have a load of military bases inside of Germany, and I would like to say that the Germans could actually expel the Americans if they wanted to, kind of like how Charles de Gaulle actually made sure that no American military bases would be put inside of France. But the Germans are in a bit of a different position. If they did something like that, everyone would be because of Germany's history, everyone would be talking about, oh no, they're going in the direction like they did back in 1936, where they remilitarized the Rhine, and it's only a matter of time. And that would probably cause a whole bunch of problems. And also, the Germans, I think there's just really honestly, without going down the rabbit hole and not really explaining it all too well, they're not really in the position where they could side with the Russians because they're tied in too much with the West and they pretty much become a de facto Western nation, that they just couldn't go in that direction. But I do thank you for the question. It is an interesting one to consider, considering that they are heavily reliant on Russian energy imports, but I do not think that that would actually weigh out all of the pro-Western stuff they do and make them flip sides and become pretty much a pro-Eastern country. So I thank you very much for the question. It is an interesting one. Hopefully we can maybe get a little bit of discussion in the chat about that, because I think that is a pretty good one nonetheless. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
And just real quick, if you are putting in a super chat right now or have put one in the last 50 minutes or so, we aren't ignoring you. We're going to get to those as we usually do during our normal nights. So don't worry, we are going to get to them at our normal time. So our next question from yesterday's live chat is from Cherry Patterson, who says, "Do you think Putin will soon be removed from power by his own people?"
Oh, that's a tough one to answer. Also, a weird thing is that I had heard that Sergei had a heart attack and he was probably going to be mentally deficient if he survived the heart attack. But nonetheless, we saw him having a press conference with Putin. So I'm not really sure if that was true anymore, considering that we now have evidence that contradicts that statement made weeks ago by most of the news. But nonetheless, to answer that question right there, I'm not entirely sure. It actually looks like the Russian political structure is trying to bolster itself around Putin even more, and if they didn't, I believe that Putin would conduct some kind of Stalinist purges on his upper command, like we have seen with him arresting and removing generals in charge of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, and that he would just have them replaced or executed. So I don't think there will be any kind of coup. I think that Putin is on top of things and fear-mongering amongst his own ranks to the point that no one's really considering that as an option. But then again, that is entirely my opinion, and it's kind of based on the previous 58 days and what we've seen coming out of Russia, and based off of those trends, I'm not really seeing the ability for anyone in Russia's political sphere to rise up against Putin and attempt some kind of coup in a way. But I thank you very much for the question. It is an interesting one to consider, and with that, we're going to move on to the next one.
And up next, we have a question from Devrem Korksman.
Talk about Turkey's position in this war. You have to forget modern politics, and you have to go through the history of time itself, when Russia became a Eastern Orthodox nation, and the Turks, not the Turkeys, oh my God, the Turks, who were once the Ottomans, became. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Okay, hopefully there's not any lag issues there. It's saying that on my screen, but I don't think it is because I don't see anyone saying that in the chat. Well, I actually saw someone say it there.
Just doing it again.
Everyone's saying lag for only a moment. So hopefully it doesn't persist for too long. But anyways, to answer that, we're going to go back to the beginning of time itself. Let's see. Some people are saying it's a little bit of lag. I'm just going to stay here for a second, though, and take a look at this. Okay, a lot of people are saying it's all good. Okay, so we're going to talk about the history of the Ottomans and the Russians. Before Russia was even Russia, as we see today, and before Turkey became Turkey and it was once the Ottoman Empire, the Turks and the Russians have this kind of relationship in between the two. It looks like there's a whole bunch of mixed emotions about what's going on here. A lot of people are saying lag. A lot of people are saying it's fine. We're still going to continue, although I'm getting distracted by that here for a second. The Turks and the Russians have gone to war with each other multiple times. As you may remember, the Crimean War was actually a war in between the Turks and the Russians, with the Turks getting backing from the French and the British, which is just weird. It was a really weird war, but it was kind of showing how the world was changing in a way, even in 1850. Nonetheless, the Turks have a pretty much historical hatred for the Russians, at least politically. And so the Turks, even if they weren't aligned with the West, which they are, they're a NATO country, are going to side with anyone who's against the Russians just because the Russians and the Turks have a very rocky political relationship. So that's really the entire rundown. I mean, like that's the whole thing in a nutshell. The Turks are going to pick the enemy of Russia. The enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of mindset. And so the Turks are more than happy to continue selling Bayraktars to the Ukrainians and any other kind of weapons and support that the Ukrainians are willing to pay for. So I thank you so much for the question. It is a good question. Of course, I bet there's someone who could probably give you a better historical history of the Ottomans slash Turks and their relations with the Russians. But nonetheless, I do hope that answers the question pretty well. And with that, we're now going to move on to the next one.
And up next, we have a question from S. Moore, who says, "Any word on the butcher of Bucha? Sighted, found, or captured?"
We have not heard any word on the butcher of Bucha. Of course, we know who he is. We actually do have a picture of his face and such, but nonetheless, I haven't heard any reports of him being killed, captured, or anything in between. So, unfortunately, the answer to that question is no. I haven't gotten any news on him, but we are, of course, still trying to see if there will be news on him. And we do know that The Hague is investigating his crimes personally, and we also know that the evidence of the war crimes that they committed in the Bucha Hostomel Irpin area have been well documented at this point, and the amount of civilian deaths in that area alone is well above the hundreds, if not into the thousands at this point. So I thank you so much for the question. It is a very good question. Just for everyone who's flooding in, because on the analytics side of things, I see that we're starting to have a little bit of boost in viewership. I think y'all are all here for the normal scheduled stream. We are answering questions from last night, so hang tight. This is kind of like the pre-show, I guess you could say, to the Day 58 news, which will be coming on in a second. And once we reach 9:10, we're actually going to roll the intro card again, and we're going to begin the news for tonight. And so with that, we're now moving on to the next question.
And the next question is from Richard Harrison, who says, "Hi, the Enforcer and Matt. I'm a longtime watcher since day 8 and first time questioner. How do you confirm videos are definitely Ukrainian or Russian units being destroyed?"
We can confirm that usually by the caption. You know, there's not really a lot of ways to verify it rather than is the video original or not. And you can usually tell because when you scroll through the Reddit comments, because people have been in these Reddit forums for years, they'll sit there and be like, fake, this was in Syria in 2013. And something funny to me is that I've actually seen a large amount of YouTube channels that are covering this war act like they are some kind of sleuths and they have people behind the scenes doing stuff, and they'll be like, "Oh, we watched this video and it said that it was in Ukraine, but it was actually in Syria in 2013." And then I'll go and find the same video on that very same day on the Reddit forum, and then I scroll through the comments and I see like 6 people say, "Fake, this happened in Syria in 2013." And I don't know why some YouTubers have to boost their ego and say something like my team has found this or something, because the honest truth is that a Redditor who's been on there for 4 years and has watched every single bit of combat footage come through that forum saw it, stated that, and then that YouTuber saw it and then took all the credit that him and his team found that out, instead of this guy who's, you know, spent a very long amount of time watching these combat footage reels. So that's kind of how I find out if it's authentic. It's usually due to the well-experienced Redditors who have been in these forums for an incredibly long time and take a good look at all of the news and videos that come out and have a very sharp memory like attack. So I hope that does answer the question. Unfortunately, there's not really a lot of verification that can be done. But as far as, well, no, I'm sorry, correction. There is a decent amount of verification that can be done. If they're Russian units in the video, usually they're well identified. They have some kind of ZVO or something like that painted onto them, onto the sides and the front, and maybe on the turret as well. So that gives you a good idea if it is the Russians during the war. If it's Ukrainian units, usually you can just get the generally good idea if it's a Ukrainian unit, just because they usually do not have any kind of markings, and the videos look relatively new, and you can also tell that they're kind of in the Ukrainian landscape, if that makes any sense. But I hope that answers that question. There are some ways, but at the same time, I kind of just trust in the Redditors who've been there for years and their credibility in saying if that's an old video, if it is. So I thank you very much for the question. It was a good one. And with that, we're going to move on to a few more questions, and then we will roll the intro card again just for everyone to hear, because it is a good intro card. And so with that, we're now moving on to the next question.
So we actually have just one more question from last night's live chat. But before I read that one, I just want to quickly mention a comment that just came in from one of our viewers. It's from Moadib, who says, Enforcer Matt, Tim Pool kind of shouted y'all out today. He read a list of top super chatted channels in America, and you guys were fifth. He said it around the 144 mark, and congrats.
Well, that's neat. I don't know. I don't know if that's well, actually, that is a great thing. It does say that there's a lot of support for the channel. And on top of that, this is really the only way we run the channel. We don't run ads. We had one sponsor, and then I dropped sponsors because I didn't like in-stream sponsors. That seemed really weird. And now we have a merch store. So the merch store and the super chats are the only way we support this channel and keep it running, because I don't know if a lot of people know, but this is my job at this point. I spend about 50 to 60 hours a week working on the streams alone, and then working on everything else, like answering comments and working on videos and writing up scripts. That goes up to around 70 hours a week, or higher than 70. So it's a huge amount of time I sink into this thing to try and get this news put together. I once again put together this map entirely by myself. So, with that being said, I am glad that I do get a lot of support to do this, and it also lets us look into the future here and start thinking about things that we can do, like videos, or maybe hiring people to do editing and stuff like that, and all those sorts of things that, of course, you have to pay people for. So I thank you all so much once again for the support, and it does mean a lot to me that a lot of people do enjoy this stream and its content. So I thank you all so much, and with that, we're going to actually answer a couple of comments from the chat here real quick. I can see them. I may pick out some myself just at random, but if we could read a few off, we're just going to sit here for the next 4 minutes, so that way everyone who usually comes in for their nightly news right now isn't going to be missing anything. And so with that, let's have a few more questions, and then when 9:10 rolls around, we'll go through the intro card again. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
All right, and I just want to read off that one last live chat question we had from last night. We had it from Timothy King. He says, I wonder what the chances of getting supplies dropped on the steelworks in Mariupol is. Surely someone needs to try and drop air supplies.
I do agree that is something that a lot of people have been talking about, and we've all been trying to sit here with a kind of like a think tank in the chat and come up with a way that they can get supplies. And unfortunately, my honest opinion is that there's really no way to get them supplies. And I hate saying that because, of course, I always want to hold out hope that there will be some way to help them. But when you look at sea routes, trying to resupply them by sea, it's impossible. When you look at land routes, it's impossible. Humanitarian corridors can't even make it to the city, so much less a military convoy making it into the city and through the city to the Azov at this point. And then air is a really questionable thing. We know that that the Ukrainians don't have a large air force to start off with. They have a very, very small amount of transport aircraft, and most of their transport aircraft fleet is of the smaller size. They only have about 7 Ilyushin 76s, which I believe would be large enough to conduct a resupply operation. But those aircraft would have to be flying day and night constantly without any of them being shot down over Russian airspace at this point towards Mariupol, and drop the supplies and somehow have them land within a very small area for the Mariupol to grab, and hopefully not be caught on any sort of buildings or anything like that. And so I'm just not really sure if there is a way to resupply them, but I still think that we shouldn't lose hope yet entirely. If there is a will, there is a way, and I think there will be some kind of way in the future that they may be able to be resupplied. But nonetheless, with that, I thank you very much for that question. It is an interesting one to delve into. And so I think we actually have enough time to take maybe 1 or 2 more questions, and then we're going to roll the intro card again and start up the day 58 news.
All right, so up next we have one from the British perspective, who just put one in just a moment ago, and says, why on your map do the size of the Ukrainian forces look so tiny and spotted around, and the Russian forces look so huge?
Could you say that one again? I'm not really sure if I understand what it's trying to get at.
They're basically saying that on the map, on your map, that the Ukrainian forces look tiny and spotted around, and meanwhile the Russian forces look like they're huge.
I don't think I have any Ukrainian and Russian forces marked on the map per se to make them look small or huge. It's just a front line along with some black lines to show where the initial Russian borders were before the war started. And so I'm not really sure how to address that because we don't actually have Ukrainian and Russian units locations marked on the map. So with that, we're going to move on to one more question, and then we will roll the intro card again.
And next up, we have a question from Bash Girl who says, Enforcer, do you think Ukraine will try to take Mariupol back?
That's a question that's really good, and I'm going to try and answer it in brief because we only have 1 minute left until I'm going to roll the intro card. I don't think so. It's about 30 miles behind the lines. That would have to be a massive counterattack on their part to be able to launch something like that, and there is a whole bunch of things to consider, especially a counteroffensive that goes in that deep would have to make some very wide front line movements to make sure that that bulge wouldn't be encircled itself and then cause another issue. And so with that, I hope I've answered that question very briefly. We are now at the 10:10 mark, and so we're now going to roll the intro card once more, take maybe like a minute breather for Matthew and me, and then I'm going to come back and we're going to start the day 58 news. And so here we go again with the intro card. All right, everyone, and we are back. If you have just joined into the stream, welcome. We are now going to go over the day 58 news and go over our normal format for the night. This is a marathon for Matthew and me. I hope that everyone does understand that if the quality starts to slump off near the end, this is probably going to be a 4-hour-long stream, and I have to talk nonstop for 4 hours. I'm more than happy to do it, and I do think that this news must be covered, and I will do absolutely everything within my power to cover each and every bit of news that we are able to gather. But please do bear with me, because this is an absolute marathon tonight. But anyways, we're now going to go over the schedule for the Day 58 news. Starting off in the Kiev area, we're going to cover the one bit of news we've seen in Kiev. We are then going to immediately move over to the location unknowns, which we've had some today. It looks like around 11 of them. We will then cover all the location unknowns, and then we will, of course, start moving into the Kharkiv area. We will answer 3 to 5 questions from the chat. Oh man, the Nightbot just deleted someone who said something really nice. That was lame. Anyways, we'll answer 3 to 5 questions from the chat in between the location unknowns and the Kharkiv area. Once we answer those 3 to 5 questions, we will then move on to the Kharkiv news. We will also cover the Donbass in general, all in one group. We will then start to move on into Mariupol. But before we do, we will once again take a pause to answer 3 to 5 questions from the chat. Once we get done answering those 3 to 5 questions, we will then cover the Mariupol news, the news that we found in Zaporizhzhia today, the news in the Black Sea, and then we will expand outwards to cover the news of the aid that is being pledged by both the French and the United States today. So, this is going to be one hell of a night, and of course, as the title does suggest, the Ukrainians have rained fire today on the Russians, as we can see in the videos. And so, without further ado, let's get into the news that we've seen in Kiev. Starting off today, we can see that Ukrainian sappers have been defusing the remains of the war in the northern front, which has not existed for quite some time. Here we can see some kind of trench that has been dug, that they're putting 250-kilogram bombs into, that were apparently left at the site of a crashed Su-25 near the village of Visegrad in the Kiev region. Of course, the work of a sapper is incredibly dangerous. They are working with live explosives almost all the time, and they are putting themselves in grievous danger to make sure that the public stays as safe as possible. These men are heroes. They may not be the guys who are absorbing bullets like sponges or trying to heroically charge against the enemy Russians who are invading their country to try and push them back from their lands. They're more quiet and behind the lines kind of force of people who are doing incredible work, but nonetheless, I do believe that their work should be commended because it is something impressive that they are doing. So, once again, I hope that everyone does give a load of support to the Ukrainian sappers who are working around the clock to keep the public as safe as possible. And so with that, we're now going to move on from the area of Kiev to the location unknowns in general. So starting off there, we can see that we actually have less news today that's location unknown than we had the day before. So that's actually good in my opinion. I like that we have less location unknowns because it means that we've been able to locate the news and where it was around the map. And so with that, we're going to start off with a new unit marker that we've seen on the front lines on the Russian side. We've now seen these forces. Are you kidding me? Wow. Wow, that's sad. They've deleted it. We saw new pictures today, and I'll explain them in brief, of a red patch. It's a square patch that's outlined in white, but the inside field of the patch is some kind of crimson red, and it has a white O on it. These particular forces in the video, well, not in the video, in the pictures, were Russian of origin, and they also wore the flag of the Russian Federation and also the flag of the Soviet Union as a patch. We could confirm that they were in Ukraine. We weren't exactly sure where, but nonetheless, these are new unit patches, and these forces look to be of a higher quality than the usual Russian grunt. With incredibly high-tech equipment, it looked like their AK-74s had suppressors on them, along with optics that were also on an incredibly nice rail, which does tell us that these soldiers in particular had a decent amount of funding. One other thing is that they actually had the Special Forces helmet that has most of the material moved around the ears. And unlike the Chechens, all of these soldiers that I saw in these pictures actually had headsets to go with the helmets, which is telling me that these guys aren't posers. These guys look like they have equipment to actually back up what they're doing. So hopefully we can get some more information on what this unit is, why they have a different patch than the rest of the Russians, and why they're wearing Soviet flags, because this does maybe suggest that they may be some kind of weird volunteer group that's been put together. But nonetheless, hopefully we can get some more information on that. Unfortunately, the post was removed by the moderators of this forum, and so unfortunately, I cannot show the pictures. With that, we're now going to move on to the next bit of location unknown news, where we can see projectiles whiz past Ukrainian troops, and they actually deal with it fairly well compared to the TikTok battalion. So here's the video. As you can see here, they're having a nice chat. And we can hear some kind of bullet or projectile fly past, and they all this guy leans on the other guy like it's movie night, and he just saw something scary. He's like, "Oh, protect me!" And I'm not making fun of the guy or anything, but I like how calmly it was actually dealt with. This guy just got down off the ladder and just kind of like crouched on the ground. This guy just kind of leaned to the side. But let's watch that again. I mean, they dealt with that pretty well. I've got to say, I'm really impressed with how cool a lot of Ukrainians are under fire whenever we see them on video. Of course, these videos may be handpicked by the Ukrainians to show, but nonetheless, I have never seen a video of Ukrainian forces that shows them being poorly composed, like where they have poor composure and they're freaking out. I have not seen a video like that, and I'm sure that if they were not calm and collected like this every single time, we would at least get one video that shows them being we're pretty much freaking out at this point in the war, and we haven't, which tells me that they're very well composed, they have high morale, and they believe in what they're doing. We can also see this guy who has the cigarette. He's actually putting out a pretty good laugh right there, a nice chuckle. So I gotta say, it's pretty impressive to see how brave these Ukrainians are, even in the face of danger. They are literally laughing at it. And so with that, we are now going to move on to the next bit of location unknown news, where we can see Ukrainian forces firing near a building. We don't have a lot of information, of course, on this video, but nonetheless, we have been getting a lot of news of Ukrainian forces today in the form of videos, and we also know that this is incredibly recent because he is wearing the new green armbands that we've seen Ukrainian forces adopting overall as a whole. So I'm going to let y'all see this video. Also, I'd like to note, I'm not exactly sure, I don't know my bullpups all too well, but that is a bullpup. I would say it's a FAMAS, but we actually know that the Ukrainians domestically build bullpups to a small degree, as far as I know. So this may be one of the domestically built bullpups, but nonetheless, he is firing on the side of the building here. Also, to answer Level 70's question, it's a great question. There may be two reasons. They may have actually started to run out of supplies of blue tape to mark everything with, so they started switching to green because there's an available supply of it. That makes a lot of sense historically. That is something that a lot of forces do when there's something that's cheaper and more available. They pick up the color. That's why the British forces are known to have worn red uniforms throughout most of history, is because those are the cheapest dye they could get. So that may be the answer. The other answer maybe is that the Russians are starting to mimic the previous color of armbands, which was blue, and now they're switching it to green. That may be another explanation. But with that, we're going to move on and continue the video. I hope that answers the question. We can also see that this guy is pretty well put together, of course, as compared to the Chechens. He actually shoulders his rifle and fires it with pretty decent accuracy from what we can tell in the video. We can, of course, hear the sounds of an active firefight. We can hear fire coming off from in the distance, which does suggest that they are actually actively engaging the Russians here in this video. And we can also see that this guy is incredibly well composed, which does say a lot about the Ukrainians' morale. If their morale was low, they would be much more apt to get freaked out. So they're covering his face right now so that way his identity isn't exposed to the Russians. Of course, a very good strategy to use when dealing with the Russians, who may come and try and kill you and your family. So I've got to say, incredibly great to see that we're getting a lot of videos today of the Ukrainians in action, and I am very happy to see that they are well composed in almost every single video. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the next bit of location unknown news, where we can see Ukrainian forces firing an RPG from a ladder. So check this out. This is a very interesting video here. We can also see that this Ukrainian, and while I did say this about the Chechens, and I am pro-Ukrainian, I cannot ever give slack with these helmets. I don't really see the point in them. They don't really give a lot of protective value, and if you're not wearing a headset, which is what these things are made for, you're not really getting the benefits out of this particular design. And this guy isn't wearing a headset. I don't like that. He ought to be just wearing a normal helmet that actually protects the sides of your head. But nonetheless, I'm going to digress. I'm, of course, sitting here in the comfort of my house reporting the news, and this guy is out on the front lines. I'm not sure if this is the best they could get him, but nonetheless, he is still out there on the front lines, and I do have to commend him for being there, because not a lot of people are brave enough to do such a thing, and so it's an incredible thing that he's doing nonetheless. And so with that, we're going to let the video continue. We're also going to unmute the video. So that was something. The guy fired from a ladder. So nonetheless, really cool to see. I've never seen anyone fire an RPG from a ladder in these videos. We've seen someone fire an AT weapon from the rooftop of a house in Mariupol and destroy BMP. I call that man Rambo. But still, it's something impressive to see the guy do that. Unfortunately, I believe the next video, if I am correct, no, actually, it's a few videos past, but we actually saw a man become a martyr today on video. It wasn't graphic, so of course I could show it. But nonetheless, we're now going to move on to the next video, where we can see Ukrainian Atgm taking out a Russian tank. Unfortunately, I'm not sure if this is a Stugnet attack or not. We couldn't get enough information as to the particular Atgm that was being used, but we could see the Russian tank being destroyed, and that is good enough for me. Of course, it's got copyright music playing, but you can see out there in the shaky footage that it appears we have some kind of Russian vehicle out there. We can now see the shake that shows that the ATGM has been fired, most likely, or it may just be that this guy's... Yeah, the ATGM has been fired, and it hit the vehicle dead on, taking it out completely. Of course, it's good to know that the Ukrainians are using their ATGMs to the fullest effect and are probably costing the Russians an untold amount of damage on their actual on their supplies of tanks, armored personnel carriers, and their budget. So with that, we're now going to move on to the next bit of location unknown news, where we can see a Ukrainian mortar in action. I am so happy today, and I hope y'all do note this as well, that we've been able to get so much more news on the Ukrainians today, video evidence of them in action, than we ever have been on any other day. And I'm so happy to see this because we can see that the Ukrainians are doing incredibly well and they look very well put together. So with that, I'm going to let y'all see this video. Here we can see them operating out of some kind of park.
Залпом! 330! Welcome to Ukraine, сука! 3!
And he fires the mortar. Very good to see. Very happy to know that the Ukrainians are giving them hell. Of course, this more, and people will be saying there, oh, the Ukrainians shouldn't be firing in residential areas. It is a war. But then the thing is that I know that because the Ukrainians fired this mortar from inside this area, this was, of course, safe to show. It didn't really geolocate anything, but you can't really tell where they are still. But the Russians will use this right here as an excuse to level that entire city by saying there are Ukrainian forces somewhere in there. I know they will. That is the textbook thing that they've done during this entire war and wars prior, and I hate to know that this city will be facing a large amount of damage here soon, and it looks like a very pretty city from what we can see from this park in this video alone. So with that, we're now going to move on to the next video of Location Unknown News, where we can see a heroic Ukrainian man, and I cannot say it enough that this man was a hero. He sacrificed his life to stop a Russian tank. In this video, and I'm going to describe it real quick before I show it, because I feel like I should give some silence in this video and no commentary to respect the absolute sacrifice of this man. But he was holding an RPG-styled anti-tank missile launcher, and he fired the rocket at the Russian tank. I'm not sure if he hit it or not, but the tank fired back and hit his position directly, killing him most likely instantly, considering that the fireball in the video did engulf him, and so I'm assuming that he did in fact die from the shrapnel of the tank's shell exploding right in front of him. The cameraman did survive, but nonetheless, this is the level of sacrifice that the Ukrainian people will go through to defend their lands. And I hope when you watch these videos of all these brave Ukrainian men that you will remember that every single one of them is willing to lay down their lives, much like this man, in the defense of their country. And so I hope y'all do keep this in mind, and I hope this does inspire y'all to come through this Sunday and make sure to support Sunday's fundraiser, which we will be running once again in support of another charity and cause currently operating and helping out the Ukrainians as much as they can. And so I'm going to let y'all see this video, and I'm not going to give any commentary on it whatsoever. It speaks for itself, and I believe that this man deserves a load of respect for the sacrifice that he has endured to help defend his country.
Андрюха, уйди, ты за него, Андрюха.
We're now going to move on to the next bit of Location Unknown News, where you can see a Russian tank hit a Ukrainian vehicle. Of course, while there's been incredibly good news and great videos of the Ukrainian forces operating today and looking incredibly successful, there is, of course, bad news that occurs in a war. It is a bit of a mixed bag every single day, and we can see here that the Russians committed a strike on some kind of Ukrainian vehicle down there. Hopefully not a lot of soldiers were injured and killed, and this does not compromise the position of the front lines wherever this occurred, but nonetheless it does appear that the Russians did hit some kind of object that was in the possession of the Ukrainians. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the next bit of Location on News. We have 3 left. Here we can see heavy fire on Ukrainian forces. Once again, I would like to note that in this video, it sounds like they're actually very calm and collected for the situation they found themselves in, so I'm going to restart this video real quick so that way y'all can see it from the beginning. Considering that this fella actually seems to have been taken by surprise by the incoming fire, and he's still very calm and collected, much like that, tells you a lot about the kind of people, once again, that are defending the Ukrainian nation. And so I have to say, that I have nothing but respect and admiration for every single one of them. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the last 2 bits of location unknown news, and then we're going to get to 3 to 5 questions from the chat, and then move on to the Kharkiv and Donbass news. So with that, we can see here in this video that an entire Russian convoy was destroyed. This was confirmed because all the vehicles were abandoned or either smoldering and burning, so we do know that this entire convoy has been wiped off the face of the earth as far as the Russians are concerned. And so with that, here's the video. Of course, I can't play it because it has copyright music, but you can see the amount of vehicles here in this video. It is a sizable convoy, and every single one of these will not be used by the Russians in the foreseeable future. And so I'm so happy to say that, and it is an incredibly good thing to know. And so with that, we're going to end that video, of course, noting that no Ukrainian sacrifice is in vain, because for 58 days they have held this nation, and I believe they will hold it for another 5,000 if they must. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the last bit of location unknown news, where we can see the Ukrainians shoot down a drone with a MANPAD. So here's that video. It pretty much speaks for itself, and so here it is. And they got it. Wonderful to see. The Ukrainians have been wreaking havoc on the Russian drone forces because they've started to use those more recently, considering the success of the Ukrainian drones, and they are trying to emulate it now, it seems, and they're starting to use their inventory of drones, which doesn't appear to be as going as successfully as the Ukrainians and their drone operations. And so with that, that is actually the end of the location unknown news today. And so with that, before we move on to the Kharkiv region and the Donbass in general, we are now going to take 3 to 5 questions from the chat. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
All right. So first up, we have a $50 donation from Al M, who says, "Hey guys, I got my coffee cup. Keep on trucking." So a newly purchased Matador anti-tank was seen in a video from Mariupol. So they must have gotten some support to Azov. And what do you think the most important unexpected factor affecting the war is?
I thank you very much for the information. I actually have not heard about that, so I cannot confirm that, but I do thank you very much for sharing, and I will try and look out for that video and see if I have found something like that. Unfortunately, I don't think I have today, but we will take a look at that during the Mariupol news. To answer the question about the unknown factor that may be helping out the Ukrainians in this war, I believe that the thing that cannot be overstated enough, because it is completely indirect, and not a lot of people think about it because it's out of everyone's control, is the weather. Of course, there's a lot of jokes like, damn, Jackie, I can't control the weather. And it is entirely true. No one can control the weather. And right now, the weather has been in the complete advantage of the Ukrainians this entire war. Day after day, week after week, rainstorms and snowstorms have been rolling through Ukraine. Snowstorms during the initial part of the war, and now it's become rainstorms. These storms help the ground remain a slush. And this slush, this muddy slush in Ukraine and Russia, is known as the Rasputitsa. This is, of course, a seasonal thing, and it looks like the Russians didn't prepare for their invasion to last this long because they didn't account for the Rasputitsa in their battle plan, because this is the season that it occurs in. The ground becomes a slush, and the Russians, whose doctrine relies entirely on armored waves and armored vehicles being able to operate effectively, cannot operate in those conditions off-road. And so most of their armor and firepower must be regulated to an entire convoy that can sometimes span miles in length, traveling down one single paved road, because if these tanks do go off-road, they may end up being stuck in the Rasputitsa and wind up having to be abandoned. So I believe that the weather, if anything had to be attributed to an untold amount of success and an unknown level of success that the Ukrainians are having, I would have to attribute it to the weather, because it is a very important factor that the Ukrainians have been blessed to have on their side. So I thank you very much for the support. I hope that does answer the question in a way. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And I just want to quickly say thank you, Al, for getting some merch. I'm glad you like the coffee cup. And if anybody else wants to check out our merch, excuse me, God, I can't talk tonight. Anyways, our merch is at enforcerstore.com if you want to check it out. And that's all I'm going to say about that. Now, moving on to the next super chat we have from Phil Tatham, who puts in a $22 donation and says, "Have a beer on me."
Well, thank you very much, and I will have a beer on you. Thank you very much once again. And with that, we're going to answer the last super chat of this segment, and then we're going to move on to the Kharkiv and Donbass news. And so, with that, what is the last question of this segment?
And before I get to it, I want to recognize a $21 donation from Krister Peterson. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. It is very much appreciated as always. Next up, we have a $20 donation from Amax Reload, who says, "It's been a long time since I followed you. It was about time for me to give something for the coffee. Glory to Ukraine from Switzerland."
And of course, Slava Ukraini, Rom Slava, and I thank you so much for the coffee fund and the support. It does help us to continue to run this channel. I'm not really sure if we are running into some kind of major viewership issue because I see that. Oh, I'm sorry, correction. Apparently there was a small drop there. I'm not sure if they got thrown off due to lag or not, but it is a little bit uncharacteristic. But I thank you nonetheless for the support and the coffee fund. And so with that, we're now going to move on from that question segment to the Kharkiv and Donbass news and cover the news that we've gotten from there today because it is, of course, interesting and is painting a story of what's going on in Russia's renewed offensive. So with that, we can see here in the Kharkiv area, starting off, that there's been a large explosion on a bridge near Kharkiv. We're not really sure if these were the Ukrainians blowing up the bridge to stop any kind of Russian advance, if they are having any kind of success with that, or if this bridge just happened to have an explosion near it. Nonetheless, here is a video of that explosion taking place. So, of course, we're not entirely sure what the explosion was from or why. So, really, anything beyond that would just be assumptions. And so, with that, we're now going to move on to the next bit of news inside of Kharkiv on the outskirts, where we can see Ukrainian forces operating in the Kharkiv area. So, let's take a look at this video. It is, of course, interesting to see. We can see the Ukrainians here advancing through an open field. You can, of course, see some of the Rasputitsa in action right there below them, it seems.
Ускоряемся.
We can now see this guy hiding in the bushes. We can hear the Ukrainians giving fire. And we can also see what appears to be a Ukrainian preparing some kind of anti-tank system to fire. He has now fired the system, presumably at the Russians, hopefully not at the Ukrainians. And we can now see them advancing on towards this village, which appears to have been in the distance from where they last were. And with that, the video ends. Also, I'd like to point out the Yatlov here in the bottom corner. Anyways, we're now going to move on to the next bit of news, where we can see inside of Kharkiv today that there was a rocket attack on a warehouse in Kharkiv, and it appears that the rocket hit a truck. So I'm going to let y'all see this video real quick. We can actually see as the video starts that one of the smaller trucks here at this loading dock is already on fire, which does suggest that some kind of rocket hit did land somewhere in the area. So I believe that this footage is kind of picking up with the rocket attack already underway instead of just beginning. But as the video goes on, you can actually see that the next rocket hits the trailer of this larger truck here dead on. Hopefully the driver was okay. It did look like the cab was largely intact, but we're not entirely sure. So can't really have a lot of information on that. But we do know, the good news is that first responders were on the scene immediately, and it appears that firefighters and, of course, emergency personnel stand by. Let me make sure that is the correct one. Huh, that's weird. It looks like this video that I just clicked on was replaced with the other one. It's not supposed to be. Let me explain that real quick. This next video was actually a video of this same loading dock with a destroyed semi-truck here, and firefighters were climbing all over it, looking around on it, and there was also ambulances and police there as well. But unfortunately, it looks like that video has been removed by the mods and it's been replaced. I don't really know how that happened, but nonetheless, unfortunately, I do not have that video. So that actually rounds out the news in Kharkiv today. Of course, fortunately, unlike the beginning of the war, the Russians have actually been pushed entirely off the ring road, so Kharkiv is not in the threat of being taken over itself, because the Russians have actually been pushed back a few miles away from the ring road. So that tells us that the city of Kharkiv, much like Kiev did for some while, actually has a decent amount of breathing room. So with that, we're now going to move on towards the direction of Izyum, where we haven't heard too much news today, but the news has been positive for the Ukrainians. As we can see, Ukrainian MLRSs hitting Russian positions incredibly hard. So I'm going to let y'all see this video real quick. Of course, it is in usual fashion. The Ukrainian artillery is top-notch. Their crews are incredibly accurate with their fire, and here we can see in this video that the drone is apparently surveying the Russian camp that has been made in the tree line surrounding this road. We now see the artillery coming down on the Russian positions, of course, around the tree line. It looks like we have one outlier here in the field, but it looks like most of the rounds are starting to come in on target. Actually, it looks like all the rockets are coming in on target. So it looks like the Russians may have taken a decent amount of damage in that MLRS attack. It does look like a vehicle was directly hit out there in the field. So that may have not actually been an outlier. That may have been a pretty solid hit. I couldn't actually tell that during that part of the video because the footage is poor quality, and so sadly you can't really make out details all too well. We can now see the drone panning around and looking at the rest of the destruction that the MLRS strike has caused. And we can see that the destruction is extensive. We can see some vehicles on fire in the tree line, which just tells us that some of the logistical vehicles, it seemed, because they looked like Urals or Kamaz supply trucks, have been damaged and destroyed. The supplies, though, we're not really entirely sure about. The supplies may actually be in decent condition, and they may be able to get those off the burning trucks before they burn down completely. But once again, I do want to hold out hope that the Russians are incompetent and may not want to get their fingers a little warm. And so with that, we're now going to move on from the Izyum area to the Severodonetsk area, where today we've seen the Ukrainians with some good news from the Rubizhne area. We know that the LPR has been in Rubizhne for several days now fighting over the city, and it appears that the Ukrainians have destroyed several Russian tanks in the Rubizhne area. So let's take a look at this video. Of course, I have to mute it, but nonetheless, you can see the vehicles highlighted here with the numbers. We can see the first vehicle over here to the left. The other two vehicles were in a group on the side of the building. Let me go get the video up on Twitter so that way it doesn't cut out on us. And let me mute it. But you can see the other two vehicles pulled up here into a group on the other side of this compound, it seems, this apartment block area, and we can see that the first strike hit directly over those two Russian vehicles. Apparently that first vehicle has been knocked out. It does appear that it is burning. Actually, it appears that the tank on the other side of the building is burning first in this cut in the video. I'm not exactly sure what it was hit by. We didn't really see it all too well, but we did see another explosion rock near the first two vehicles on the other side. It looks like the video is now replaying. So unfortunately, we didn't get a lot of detail and a lot of video coverage showing the actual breakdown of what happened, but nonetheless, we could see that it looks like one, if not two, out of the three vehicles were completely disabled. So of course, it's incredibly good news, and it will help out the Ukrainians in that area to some degree. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the next bit of news in the Donbass region, which today we've unfortunately gotten really no significant news out of the Luhansk region of the Donbass, and now we are going to move down to the Donetsk Oblast and start off in Orlivka, where today we've seen a hospital hit by Russian forces, and it is ablaze. Most of it is. And it's incredibly unfortunate to see. Of course, the Russians have a terrible history of attacking civilian targets outright, much like we see in this video. It is infuriating to know that they go to such lengths to hit civilian infrastructure like this. And so with that, that's the end of that video. I hope that this does anger y'all a bit and let y'all understand a lot about how Ukrainians are feeling at this war at this point. It does seem like the Russians almost deliberately target civilian installations over others, and it is incredibly infuriating to know that that is in fact the case, because there's no way you can argue that it's not the case anymore. They tied up civilians' hands behind their backs, and they shot them dead in the Bucha Irpin area. But we then see them attacking the children's hospital directly in Mariupol with direct shell fire. We've seen them do terrible things. I mean, like, I can't even think of all of them anymore. There's just so many of them. The list goes on and on. But we can still see that they're doing it, and I believe that the Western world ought to stand up against this stuff and tell the Russians this needs to stop now, or else we will get involved. And when I say that, a lot of people think that I don't care and I'm some kind of warmonger and I don't care about lives, but I believe that morals are more important than surviving. That's something that has always held together the United States historically, is that our morals were always more important than our lives, and we would give our lives for our liberty. And I believe that we should do that for the Ukrainians as well, because what's happening to them is not right in any way. But with that, we're now going to move on from that video to the next one, further on down the Donetsk region, towards Donetsk city itself, where we can see a Russian helicopter firing at a low altitude, apparently at Ukrainian forces. So I'm going to let y'all see this video real quick. We can see it's an Mi-28 and a Ka-52. We can also see another Ka-52 out here further on the side, apparently flying its own pattern. We can see, of course, the typical tactic of the Russians angling their helicopter upwards and firing their rockets into the distance. Of course, this makes the rocket spread have much more range, but it does make the spread much wider, and so the rockets land in a larger area. This, of course, will probably entail a large amount of civilian casualties due to this not landing on a specific area, but most likely an entire city. So that's the end of the video. I'd also like to note these little slag heaps, I'm assuming, inside of the town. That does tell us that it does have an industrial past, which is why I assume that it's most likely near a large city, considering that the workforce needed to produce such slag heaps at any time in history would indicate that this is near Donetsk city itself, instead of just being somewhere in the Donbass region as a whole. So with that, we're now going to move on to the next video, where we can see Ukrainians destroying Russian supply trucks. This is, of course, something average to see, and a lot of people don't really think that supply trucks are the priority target here, but you do have to remember that tanks require gas, oil, ammunition, and crews to keep running, and if you deprive the enemy of the ability to resupply their vehicles, then they might as well not have those vehicles in the first place. And so logistics vehicles are actually a prime and key target, and honestly a preferable target compared to the tanks themselves. And so with that, as you can see in this video, they took out the first one. It appears that the fuel truck may have been taken out first because the explosion was incredibly large, or that may have been an ammunition truck. But you now see artillery raining down in the tree line where these vehicles were, and I'm assuming that they probably destroyed both of these trucks that we saw in the video. And with that, that is the end of that video. Of course, there's not really much to say there. And so we're now going to move on to the next video from the Donetsk area. And with that, we're going to move on to our next question segment of 3 to 5 questions from the chat. And so here, we can actually see the Ukrainians loot a damaged Russian convoy. This may suggest that the Ukrainians are running low on supplies, and they're wanting to make sure that they do not run out of decent equipment, and especially if the Russians are pretty much giving it to them for free, then they're more than happy to take it. Or this may suggest, because I did see this in the chat, because I made a comment like that with the Chechens, they may just be wanting to make sure that they collect up all the equipment they can, so that way they have a decent supply of it if anything goes south and they can't get a resupply. That may also be another very logical and reasonable assumption here, but nonetheless, I'm going to let the video play and show you all the Ukrainians looting this convoy that they have destroyed. So you can see a lot of choice little goodies all around. It looks like the Russians are providing enough equipment for a birthday party for the Ukrainians, hopefully for Zelensky's birthday, so that way the Ukrainians can give him a very nice military parade after this war.
Давай. Выгружай шайку.
We now see them loading it into the pickup truck. It looks like, considering that the pickup truck is much smaller than the Russian capacity in these vehicles, they may just be taking the best stuff they can, but you can see that they're leaving nothing to waste, and they are going to make sure they can get everything valuable, which I cannot blame them.
Спроба йобнути, якщо зараз. Та ні, давай. Все, давай, полетел. Всі сили. Да. Цього ще забрати, да? Кого? Чечені. А він там? Вот. Да, давай. Ось зараз в'їбе. Все. Окей, з чекачки.
So now we can see them driving off with the loot. Very good to know that they've gotten a decent amount of supplies that will help them to continue this war.
КамАЗ! КамАЗ, другий! Там з БК КамАЗ! Та хай не хуяри, сідай, поїхали! Брат, давай, не надо, поїхали, сідай!
And so with that, that is of course good to see. Also, real quick, I saw someone say they have white armbands on. Let me go back and check that again. Maybe I'm just not paying attention there. Because I swore that they were wearing blue. Let me check this again. I think you turned around and saw someone here. No, I don't see that there. Okay, let's go fast forward a little bit. Maybe right here. Just want to make sure that this wasn't a misidentified video earlier.
Давай. Выгружай, Шек.
Let's see this fella here. Does he have an armband on? I saw a hint of blue there. And I don't... Well, actually, I think I saw a green and blue. What am I seeing? Like, double vision? Yeah, I saw a green. It's a Ukrainian. Just making sure everyone just didn't want to sit there and say any falsities. I did not see white armbands on. That guy, in fact, had a green one. So... with that, we're going to end that video delve because we can actually see that he is, in fact, a Ukrainian, and they're conducting pretty much a raid on the Russian supplies that are still inside of these vehicles that were abandoned by the Russians after they were destroyed. And so with that, we have reached the end of the news in the Donbass region. And so, before we move on to the area of Mariupol and cover the rest of the news that we have on this map and then go to questions for the rest of the night, we are going to, of course, take 3 to 5 questions from the chat. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so up next here, we have a $20 donation from Mac Millies, who says, thank you for the live streams and keep up the good work.
And I thank you so much for enjoying them. We are, of course, running pretty much a marathon tonight in terms of the length. It's probably going to be about 3 to 4 hours long at least. And so I've got to say, I thank you so much for enjoying the torture we sometimes put ourselves through to make sure that we can run these streams and answer the questions and stuff. And I'm totally fine with it. It's not really torture. I'm just saying that to exaggerate in a way. I'm more than happy to do this, and I love doing it. And I thank you all so much for the support. Any support that anyone gives does help us to continue to run this channel, and so it does mean a lot to me. So I thank you all once again for helping us to continue running this channel. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And I want to recognize a $20 donation from Skeeter K7TRD. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. Up next, we have a $20 donation from Daniel McNamara, who says, thanks for your hard work. I look forward to the stream each day and look forward to watching you guys grow. I hope you crushed your finals.
And I thank you very much for the support. I kind of did crush my finals. I made a 95 on one of them. I made a 100 on the other, and then I made an 80 on the third one, which was a math final. Also, wait a minute, no, I'm sorry. I actually made a 78 on the finals today, but that wasn't too bad, actually. You know, I actually wasn't complaining about that. I ended out that class with an 84, so I was like, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, like, it's been quite a while. I think I have... Actually, no, I have 2 more finals to go. One of them wasn't a final. It was just a large project due at the end of the term. So I have one more final on Sunday, and then I have a final on, like, Wednesday or Thursday or something like that. But nonetheless, I do thank you so much for the support. It does mean a lot to me, and I am very appreciative that you do care about my future and how I'm doing in college. So thank you once again, and with that, we're now going to move on to the last question of this segment, and then we're going to cover the Mariupol news, the news from the rest of the Southern Front, and the international news as well. And then we will return to the questions and answer as many questions as we can. And as well, actually, we're going to answer all the super chats, of course, and then as many questions as we can from the live chat as possible. So make sure to throw in a question. You may be one of the lucky ones to get answered. And so with that, on to the last question.
And the last question of the segment goes to Paolo Carradini again. He puts in a $32 donation. And thank you, Paolo, for your continued support. We actually just got done reading another one of your questions from the other night, so thank you very much. He says, on behalf of Ramona from Romania, who just turned 30 years old. Slava Ukraine.
Slava Ukraine. Well, actually, let me make sure I get this right. Heroam Slava, and I thank you so much for the support. And I'm on behalf of Ramona from Potosani, who just turned 30 years old. If she is a friend of yours, I'm very glad that she does enjoy the stream. And it does mean a lot to me that a lot of people come around and support this stream, because this is the only way that we can continue to run. And so any kind of support helps us out a huge amount. And I also want to make sure that anyone who's new tonight, because we've had a high amount of views already, and a lot of people watching right now, we will be running a fundraiser on Sunday. We, of course, run fundraisers. And I'm saying this because I kind of want people to stop trying to suggest small fundraisers. You know, sometimes I have, well, actually, I don't just have it sometimes, it's often people asking for me to support, like, individuals. I don't support individuals, I support organizations, and I also do it through the GuideStar program. So if it's, like, an individual, like, if it's, like, help Larry repair his car, I will not be helping Larry repair his car. I'm going to help out Doctors Without Borders and people that have a good track record, because there are, you know, and I'm not saying that everyone who suggests something is a scammer, but there are a lot of scams out there, and a lot of people have come on here and tried to pull scams before, and so I've had to become very cautious. So I'm sorry about the extra amount of precautions I have to take, but nonetheless, I want to ensure that my viewers do not get scammed, because I want to look out for them and make sure that none of them get screwed over, and especially from any of my doing. So I thank you all once again for the support, and with that, we're going to end this question segment, cover the rest of the Southern Front news, and then we're going to move on to the questions once more. Also, make sure to hit the like button. We have 2,900 likes. Can we hit 3,000 likes in the next 10 minutes? I wonder. But with that, we're now going to move on to the news in Mariupol. We, of course, have a very low amount of news today. It appears that the Russian withdrawal has generally gone into effect. We don't have a lot of videos from our TikTok superstars anymore, or really any of that for that matter. It's really all disappeared, which is very wild to me. But nonetheless, we do have a little bit of news to cover, and so we will cover it. Starting off, we can see that the DPR is operating inside of the Ilitch steel plant, which does make me believe and does tend to suggest that the Ukrainians may still have a holdout at the Ilitch factory. It does say that it occurred in April 2022, so this may have been days or maybe a week ago, but nonetheless, we are going to take a look at this video. And we just reached 3.1 thousand likes. I thank you all so much. That is very nice. Thank you very much. I like that. It does help out this channel a load, and so it does mean a lot. I thank you all for being members of the Leaf Spring Army. But nonetheless, as we can see in this video, they are climbing through the remains of what appears to be a large, open-aired building, it does seem. Some kind of storage facility, perhaps.
Смотри, я что думаю, может тебе интересно сошки выставить? Или, блядь, туман...
We now see them discussing something. It appears that he's pointing something out.
И угол, блядь, соприкасается, слева, внизу слева, внизу слева. Смотри еще, блядь, ну видишь стойки вот эти, блядь. Можешь от них брать, блядь, ну чуть-чуть правее, чуть-чуть. Попробуй прицельно сошить, блядь. Может, с трубы, Вадик? Судой здоровый. Может, с трубы давай.
So now we can see them still in the open-air storage building. It seems. Now we can see them firing down the storage building. I feel like this video is kind of staged because it's kind of weird. You know, once again, it is kind of weird that the guy stood there for 20 seconds and then he starts firing and no one fired at him the entire time he was setting up. It does seem kind of questionable, but we're going to let the video continue anyways. can see them trying to lay into the storage building. These guys are actually shouldering the rifles as far as I can tell, so that's a step up from the Chechen TikTok stars, which appear to have had no idea how to conduct or fight a war in any way, logistically, on the front lines, or anything. But we're going to let this video continue. It seems like the firefight in this building is non-existent. It seems really like they're just firing in the direction down range of the storage building, and not really much is coming back towards them. Hope a lot of y'all can agree with me in the chat about that, because that does seem to be the case.
Huh?
So with that, that's the end of that video. Not really much to comment there. It was kind of self-explanatory, and it kind of looked staged. So with that, we're now going to move on to the news that we've seen somewhere near the Azovstal today, where we can see that the fighting inside of the Azovstal actually is still going on, as far as the videos we've gotten today. So I'm going to let y'all see this real quick. It's pretty short, but you can still hear firefighting occurring around the Azovstal, which does tell us that the Russians aren't just sitting there. They are engaged in some kind of firefight with the defenders in some way. And so with that, that is the end of that video. You could hear the faint sounds of firefighting in the distance. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the last bit of news we've gotten from Mariupol today. And this is the quickest we've ever passed over Mariupol. And I'm just so glad that I don't feel stressed out every time we get to Mariupol. And there's a little bit of a breather we can take here, because we know that the Russians aren't pushing the Azovstal and putting the defenders in danger anymore. The defenders are just sitting there. I'm not really sure about their supply situation, but they are just sitting in there now, and they're not under the direct threat of having to fight for their lives every single day, which is very good to know, and it does take a lot of stress off of my back, and hopefully off of a lot of y'all's backs as well, as we can sit here and just know that the Azov has fought so tenaciously that even the Russians are not considering wiping them out completely, because doing so would cost them more than it's worth. So with that, I'm going to move on to this video. It pretty much speaks for itself once more, and so here it is. So with that, that's the end of that video. You can, of course, see that it's the usual kind of Chechen BS. It doesn't really seem like they're getting shot back at it. It seems like they're just unloading their magazines in the general direction of where the fire is coming from, in usual Chechen fashion. We've actually seen in another video, although I don't believe I put this one on today, but we could actually see that the Russians were actually having to guide the so-called Chechen mortar unit through how to actually load and fire the mortars on video to make the video for the Chechens. It was very pathetic, but nonetheless, I digress. That's really all the news we've gotten from Mariupol today, and I'm very happy to know that. And so, let's talk about the Russians and their positions that they're going to be taking up to ensure that the Azov cannot make it back out of the Azovstal. So, first off, we're going to draw up the places where they probably have a very strong defensive position. So starting off, we know that they've probably withdrawn, most likely, to create a defensive position along these row of apartment buildings that are on the sides of the Azovstal, right around here. This seems like an incredibly good spot. The apartment buildings provide a very great wall of fire, where you can move up multiple floors if you must to aim down further at the Ukrainians, which will give them a slight advantage, I believe. This is, once again, all my assumptions based off of what I think would make logical sense and based off of the lay of the land. So we'll say Russian defensive line. And we'll mark that in orange, just because we haven't used orange before. So I believe that the Russians have probably set up a defensive line there, and the Mariupol will be allowed, well, the Azov will be allowed a little bit of breathing room. On the other side of the city, we do know that there's still fighting going on in the downtown area, and I'm not really sure what the Azov's plan here is. We know that the bridge is a chokehold. They only have 2 bridges here that lead into the Azovstal, and apparently this river is wide enough that it does warrant a bridge to cross it. So that is a choke point. I'm not sure if the Azov is going to withdraw to control this choke point, but nonetheless, I do believe that right now the Russians are looking at some kind of defensive perimeter where they really leave this entire side open because this river blocks the Azov from really crossing easily and trying to conduct any kind of breakthrough. So I think Russian defensive positions would be somewhere placed in the downtown, right around where the Azov and the 36th Infantry Brigade are currently at. So we'll put Russian defensive line. And we will mark that one in orange, of course, as well. And I'm just saying, you know, a lot of people may be thinking, what does he really know? Well, I'll tell you this. So far, on my assumptions, I have hardly been wrong. They are going for this right now. And I predicted that about 5 days before they actually conducted it. And if you go way back in the day and you watch a whole bunch of my streams from the first and second week, I pretty much laid out the Russian battle plan before they actually conducted it. I haven't been doing that recently, though, because the war kind of unfolds day by day, and I'm not really sure what they're doing anymore, because, you know, rather than like large movements, everything's so small that I'd have to like sit here and pretend like I can micromanage everything, and I don't know small scale stuff like that. So anyways, I believe that these will be the 2 defensive perimeters that they're going to make around the Azovstal, and I believe that would be effective enough in the Russian eyes to contain them, unless if the Azov was able to find a way to fjord the Kalmius River to the other side, and then that would start posing a problem for the Russians defensively trying to hold in the Azovstal. So with that, that is all the news we've gotten from Mariupol. I do think that they'll be holding for a considerably long time, considering that the Russians have put a large pause on their offensive into the Azovstal, and so the defenders, the Azov and the 36th Infantry Brigade, will be sitting there for quite some time, hopefully with a decent amount of supplies hidden inside of the nuclear bunkers that are built under the Azovstal metallurgical plant. And so with that, we are now going to move out of the Mariupol area and towards Zaporizhzhia, where we've gotten a little bit of news today. Starting off, to follow up actually on the news we got yesterday of some buses saving some people from Mariupol, we actually found out today that the humanitarian corridor was an absolute disaster, and the buses that did make it back managed to get nobody. They only managed to get 76 people out of the hundreds of thousands of Mariupol out. Now, before y'all start saying that that's better than nothing, let me explain why it's a disaster and who's to blame in a second. So give me just a second, we're going to watch this video. Of course, this child is incredibly happy to have gotten out of there. He's pretty much gone through hell for 2 months. And so it's good to know that some of them got out of there. But as a whole, this whole entire humanitarian corridor operation was a complete disaster. And it was not the Ukrainians that were to blame. We saw the Ukrainians pull every single bus out of the inventories in that area that they could to try and go in there and get as many people out of Mariupol as possible. The Russians are once again to blame for what has happened with this humanitarian corridor falling apart. The Russians, from what we've been told, fired on the humanitarian convoy, which forced them to turn around and abort their objective to try and evacuate thousands of citizens from the city. The Russians have done this time and time again. Every single time there's a humanitarian corridor established anywhere in this country throughout the course of this war, they fire on the neutral vehicles that are using the humanitarian corridor that was laid out for them. And it tells me that the Russians are some real sick, twisted people, because they'll sit there and they'll lay out and agree to that humanitarian corridor. This isn't something that the Ukrainians are doing on their own. This is something that they agree with on the Russians, and the Russians go, okay, yeah, we agree. Like, for example, the humanitarian corridor will be down the H20 and we'll allow 100 buses. The 100 buses will come driving down, and then they start shooting at them. And so then the buses have to turn around and abort, because if they tried to carry on, they would be destroyed. And it's just sick to know that the Russians still operate like that. And I think that's terrible. And I think that they need to be held accountable for that once more. And the commanders in charge of these units that are firing on these humanitarian convoys need to be found, captured, and sentenced for their crimes once more, most likely by The Hague, which I believe has a pretty decent amount of power when it comes to people committing war crimes. So finally, in the area of Zaporizhzhia today, we've seen some pretty good news once more. We've seen a Russian helicopter popping flares as it tries to retreat from the area of Zaporizhzhia, as its buddy was just shot down right over there. You can actually see a little bit of smoke coming from the wreckage of that helicopter that's been shot down, and it is now trying to get the hell out of there. So once again, it's great to see that the Ukrainians are using MANPADs to a huge extent and effectively destroying Russian helicopters to a large extent. Actually, I'm sorry, correction. I apparently got this video mixed up. It has, this is, of course, a 3 to 4 hour stream. So sorry about that, y'all, but the helicopter that I'm talking about that exploded is actually up there. Correction. Sorry about that. But nonetheless, you can see the other helicopter is trying to get the hell out of Dodge in a way and make sure that it doesn't fall victim to the next MANPAD that gets fired at it. So we can see that's the end of the video. Of course, the helicopter was trying to get the hell out of there, and the other helicopter was shot down. And it's good to see that the Ukrainian air defenses still work, and they are still kicking the Russians around as best as they can. So I'm very happy to see that. And with that, we're now going to move on to the last bit of news I believe we have in the southern front, which actually comes from the Black Sea. As we can see, the Russians haven't changed up their naval tactics all too much, because they are actually launching caliber cruise missiles off of the decks of Russian ships instead of Russian submarines. So I'm going to let y'all see this video real quick. It's self-explanatory. We've seen many like this before. So we can actually see from an infrared camera these missiles being fired. So with that, that is the end of the video. Not really much to comment on there. And so, with that, we're going to move on to the last two bits of news that we've gotten from around the world. Starting off in France and moving on our way to America, we can see that France pledges to send SPGs. Not just any SPGs, these are actually wheeled SPGs called the Caesar Self-Propelled Artillery, self-propelled gun. I'm not exactly sure as to the caliber. This is kind of new news to me. I didn't actually know that the French had some kind of truck-based SPG, but nonetheless they do. This is what it looks like. We can actually pull up some more information real quick to try and see in detail what this actual SPG is capable of. So let's pull up the Caesar. I spelled Caesar wrong, didn't I? SPG. I'm sorry, I'm tired. I just can't micromanage my spelling at this point. Nonetheless, we can see here that it's and Wikipedia has already updated and says it's being used in the Russian war in Ukraine. So let's see how many of these were produced. Sadly, we don't have a number, but it looks like there is 5 to 6 crew that operate this SPG. We can actually see the Indonesians using this specific one. What is the caliber of the gun, though? That's a very good question. It has a 155 caliber gun, so it's very similar. Well, it's actually nearly identical, most likely in caliber, to the M777 towed artillery piece. And beyond that, it is actually on a truck, so you don't actually have to unload, well, unlimber the piece and then set it up. The piece is pretty much pre-set up on the back of the truck. All they have to do is aim it and then fire it, most likely. So it is, of course, good to know that the French are sending these SPGs. I don't know how many, but nonetheless, it is still good to know that the Ukrainians are getting as much support as possible in terms of artillery from around the world, and a lot of countries are stepping up to the bat when the Ukrainians have been asking for heavy artillery. And so with that, we're now going to move on to the last bit of news we've gotten from around the world today from the United States, where we can see the United States is sending their own MLRSs to Ukraine. Here's a picture of one of these. Let me make sure I've got the designation of this right, because I don't want to be wrong. It does. Let me pull up U.S. MLRS, because I would have been wrong if I had called them that. So we can see the M270, but I know we've got something else rather than that, because we actually see it in this picture here. Or maybe we are sending M270s. I'm not really sure. U.S. MLRS systems. I believe that would be a more adept answer. M142 MLRS. I believe this is actually the one. So let's type that in. M142. Go to images. Let's see if this is the V. Yes. Okay, so the ones we are sending are the M142 HIMARS. Let's go take a deep dive into this vehicle and take a look at what it is capable of. Starting off, the rockets are 227 millimeter caliber, which means that they are very similar, if not identical, to the Smerch in terms of the firepower it's most likely going to be able to deliver. It has an effective firing range of 186 miles. So in terms of a MLRS, especially compared to a Smerch, which only has a range of about 55 to 70 miles, this is a little bit of a step up, I would say, because the Ukrainians will be able to field this firepower so far away from the front lines that I don't really think the Russians would be able to do any kind of counter battery on this. I don't really think, unless they were using ballistic missiles or something, because the range that this vehicle would be able to fire from is immense. We can see that the unit cost per vehicle is actually 5.1 million, and we've only produced 414 of these MLRSs over its production period. Let's see when this was produced. When did it start production? Do we have a figure for that? Let's see. It looks like, unfortunately, I'm not really sure if we're able to gather a figure real quick on that, but we can see that the Romanians, the Jordanians, and the UAE are all operators of this specific MLRS system, and hopefully it could be used to great effectiveness. It does seem to have a cutting edge, at least in range, over its eastern counterparts, and so I do think that the Ukrainians will be looking forward heavily to the United States' MLRSs arriving on the field and giving them an extra needed advantage over the Russians in terms of artillery. And so with that, we've actually reached the end of the news for tonight. I'm not really sure how long the questions are going to go on, but this has been a marathon for sure, with the stream already going on a total of a whopping 2 hours and 30 minutes. So regardless, this will become the longest stream that we've ever had in channel history tonight, for sure. Nonetheless, I do thank you all so much for watching the news for tonight, and if you do want to send in a super chat and support this channel, we are still open to accept super chats and answer any questions that are attached to them, and we will also be answering a couple of questions from the live chat as well. So if you do want a question answered, make sure to throw in one with @TheEnforcer on it, so that way it'll be tagged for Matthew to take a look at, and he will try and pick out the best ones for us to answer at the very end of the stream. But without further ado, we are now going to start answering questions from the chat now that we don't have any news left. And so with that, what do we got, Matthew?
All right. So currently we're sitting at about 18 to 20 super chats and several live chat questions. So first up, I just want to ask a question that is not a super chat from a longtime supporter, Brian Watikas, who wants me to ask you, who exactly is the Butcher of Bucha?
Unfortunately, I don't know his name. I know that he looked of more Eastern Russian descent, if you know what I mean. He kind of looked, honestly, very Mongolian, kind of like from the, I don't really know how to say, kind of like the people of Siberia, if you know what I mean. So we do know what he looks like. Let me just pull him up. Let me see if I can actually get his name rather than just trying to describe who he looked like. Butcher of Bucha. Here's the man. Azet Bek Umarebekov. It was a lieutenant colonel who was in charge of the units who conducted the war crimes in the town of Bucha. So that is his name. Actually, it's very nice that Google pretty much made a wanted poster for him on Google because it actually gives you his name directly on the page. So I'm very happy that they have, of course, made this information highly public. We actually do have his age. He was born in 1982. He's 40 years old. And let's see if we can get any more information on this guy. Let's see. He was born, of course, in Russia. That's obvious. Let's see. Ukrainian Butcher Bucha. He is of. Let me go see where this is. So this is close to Kazakhstan. So it is a person who is of more Eastern Russian descent, kind of more similarly related to the Mongolians than the Western Russians, who are more tied into the Slavic countries of Belarus, Ukraine, and Poland. So I do thank you very much for asking that question, Matthew. And it looks like we do have an answer as to his name. And so with that, we are now going to move on to these super chats.
All right. So the first super chat we have up is a $20 donation from Fat Wong 20, who says, "Thanks for keeping us updated."
Well, I thank you very much for giving the support, and your name is very funny, so I like that. That's pretty funny. I like a good sense of humor there. But I do thank you so much for enjoying the content. We do try and deliver as best we can, and I'm sorry if I am getting a little worn out right now because I don't know how long this thing is going to keep going, but I'll keep it going as long as it needs to. But I thank you all so much for the support, and I thank you very much, Wong, for giving all the support that you've given tonight. It does help us out a lot. So thank you once again. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $20 donation from Carolyn Evans, who says, "I love the energy, guys. I look forward to the stream every single night. It's weird to say, but yes, I'm all in. I hope your finals went well. I don't miss those stresses. I did it 6 years straight myself. Just a big thank you to all of y'all."
Well, I thank you so much for the support, and I do thank you very much for understanding the position I'm in with college, and I'm very thankful that you that a lot of people actually are very vested in my little life, because while I do the streams, it's very weird for people to actually, well, it's weird, but in a good way, that people get interested in my personal life in a way. But nonetheless, I am very happy that everyone is happy with the grades. None of them were particularly bad, and it is a little bit stressful, although at this point I've gotten so worn out that with the finals I'm just like, you know what, screw it. I get on there, I pump out the answers, and I either make a good grade or a poor grade, and I'm like, I'm just so tired, I just want to get through it. So I thank you so much for the support. And I am glad that you do enjoy this channel so much. A lot of people do, and I'm very glad to know that I'm providing a level of content that everyone does enjoy. So thank you once again. And we have a massive amount of likes tonight, y'all. We have 3,600. This is the highest like stream I think we've ever had. And so thank you all once again. It does mean a lot, and I do enjoy that everyone likes it once again. So thank you. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And I just noticed that one of our viewers, Vinyl Vish Records, said that we're definitely probably going to break our streaming record of 3 hours and 5 minutes. And probably so. We're probably going to go beat that. Tonight's going to be a new record. So here we go. So the next super chat is from, excuse me, computer's being a little slow. Got a $20 one from William Allen, who says, "Great pregame Q&A. By the way, can you add closed caption? I'm also watching the Texas Aggie versus Arkansas baseball game. When Ags at bat, I have to mute you. I'm just asking. Whoop."
Woo! Also, to answer that question, I would like to do closed captioning, but I'm not really sure the process involved in it. If it does take a lot of time, I'm not really sure if I'd be able to do it. But nonetheless, I will look into seeing if the closed captioning is an option that I can try and implement. I do know that we actually have a blind viewer, at least one, and I am happy to know that my explanations of videos sometimes does help him understand. And so if it does help you know what I'm saying while someone's up at the bat, I will try and look into that as well to help out everyone as much as possible and making sure that this stream is as enjoyable as possible. And so I thank you once again for your support, and I will look into it. So with that being said, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $20 donation from BSG Wolf, who says, "I have a friend and her daughter in Zaporizhzhia. Is the city in danger of being overrun anytime soon?"
I do not believe so. Zaporizhzhia seems to be in a very good position. I believe it may be pronounced. Is it Zaporizhzhia, Matthew, or is it Zaporizhzhia? I'm not really sure.
I'm not the really good at pronunciation, so I'm going to say Zaporizhzhia, but it's probably the opposite.
We'll go with Zaporizhzhia. I'm going to side with you on that one. It seems like it makes logical sense. But Zaporizhzhia is not a threat of being taken over right now. That's why the Mariupol refugees are being sent to Zaporizhzhia, because while it is getting close to the front lines, it's in a position where the Russians would not be at an advantageous position to attack it, and they'd be wasting resources and time at the moment to try and do that. So I thank you very much for the question, and I hope it answers it. And I'll actually go into a little bit of detail as to why. First off, the city, to effectively attack it, you would have to have a foothold on the western side of the Dnieper River, and the only way you could do that is by shooting up from Nova Kakova at the least furthest away across that dam, which is a bridge, and then shooting up the, let me make sure I get the name of this road right, the T0403 up the coastline, pretty much, of the Dnieper Reservoir here, and then towards Zaporizhzhia to be able to surround it on both sides. And I believe that's the only way that they would assault a city at this point, because as we can see, in areas where they have not been able to besiege the city entirely, like Kiev and Kharkiv, they haven't done well at all. So, unless if everything's in their favor, I don't believe they'll be attacking large cities outright anymore from just one side, which is all they'd be able to do right now if they even were able to push the Ukrainians back, which they're not. So I hope that does answer the question a little bit better and in more detail. And once again, I thank you so much for the support. It does help us out a huge deal. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
Next up, we have a $20 donation from Ronald Day, who says, do you think the increased accuracy of the Ukraine artillery strikes is because they are using the U.S. Copperhead laser-guided artillery system?
I have to say this before I answer this question. I am not an expert on every single kind of system there is out there. There are people who are, but I am not one of those people. So I don't really know about the Copperhead laser guided system to be able to talk about it into too much depth. I try and focus on the larger picture of things, of overall strategies, their tactics, and the situation as a whole. Usually on top of that, I focus on nothing but logistics. So that kind of stuff kind of falls out of my area of expertise, sadly. And I just kind of want to make that clear. And I'm not going to try and give you a puffed up answer where I really don't know, because a lot of people do that, and I don't feel it's right. If I don't really know, I can't really say. So I thank you very much for the support, but unfortunately, due to ignorance on my end about the Copperhead laser guided system, I really can't answer that question competently. But I do thank you so much for the support, and I hope that I can get you an answer sometime in the future if I get the time to sit down and read about it. So thank you once again, and with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And many of our viewers are saying, please remember to hit that like button, and they are correct. If you have a moment, please press the like button. It helps us very much with the YouTube algorithm, and we appreciate all of the help. Next up, we have a $20 donation from William Allen again, who says, the US Navy is providing unmanned boats to Ukraine. Hopefully they can be used to attack the docks at Sevastopol. What are your thoughts?
I believe that that is something an interesting idea, but I believe that the coastal defenses near Sevastopol would probably destroy these unmanned boats before they could get close to shore. I'm not really sure if they're stealth as well, but nonetheless, if they were able to launch some kind of assault on Sevastopol with these unmanned boats, I believe that would be better than nothing. Of course, that could cause some damage. We do know that in World War II, the British were able to actually get a destroyer, a Clemson class, I believe, destroyer, to run into the dry dock in France, where the Tirpitz class, well, the Bismarck class battleships could be not moored, docked, and then repaired in a dry dock. They were able to do that without that thing getting destroyed all the way in, and that was a manned ship that was probably much larger than the unmanned boats that the U.S. are sending. So I'm not entirely sure. Once again, I'm not really too much of an expert on naval warfare or any kind of naval systems, but it may be something that they might want to look into, or the Ukrainians might want to use those for coastal defense, just in case if things go south and the Russians do plan on trying to launch a naval invasion into Odessa, even though the Ukrainians now have incredibly strong anti-ship missile defense systems. So I thank you so much for the support. I hope that answers the question, and with that, we're going to move on to the next one.
And next up, we have a super chat from Lynn DeBasio, who says, excuse me, it's a $20 donation. And it says, I want to show my support for everything you guys do, but can't think of anything creative to say. So with that, I'll just say thank you. Your platform knowledge and content definitely keeps me informed. An amazing job.
Well, I thank you very much for the support, man, and that was a very nice little worded, like a little letter of appreciation there for the stream, and I thank you so much that you do enjoy it, to that degree, and and of course, it does help me out a lot knowing that I do get a large amount of support, both verbally and monetarily, to continue running these streams and making sure that the channel can expand out to do even more things as time goes on. So I want to thank you once again. It does mean a lot to me, and I am glad that you enjoy it to that degree, and you think that pretty much all aspects of it are pretty good. I like that, and I thank you so much once again. And so, with that, I'm going to have to thank you once again. I just got to, because I thought that was a really nice little letter of you. And so with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And next up, we have an $18 donation from James Nyland, who says, if you're not already using one, get a VPN so you can't get DDoSed. Slava Ukraine.
Horom Slava, and I will try and look into that. We are looking into it right now. We're just trying to find a good VPN provider. We actually are pretty hard set on one, because we got to learn about their benefits up close and personal, and it seems like they're a pretty good system. But we are looking at that right now. So I thank you so much for the support, and I hope that does answer the question. And with that, we're going to move on to the next one.
And next up, we have an $18 donation from Renee Blanchett, who says, thank you for this daily summary and these clear explanations. Great job from you both.
Well, I thank you very much for enjoying the streams, and I'm very happy that you do enjoy my explanations. I am exhausted right now. I'm not going to lie to y'all. This stream has been going on for 2 hours and 40 minutes, and even with it going on earlier, which I'm not going to do again. I will not do that. I'll actually make these streams go later on into the night instead of doing them earlier, because for some reason doing it at 8 o'clock feels really weird to me, because we're in Central Time, so it's 8 o'clock for me. It's 9 o'clock for y'all on Eastern Time. But nonetheless, I don't like this, but I do thank you so much for enjoying the content, even tonight with a wacky schedule we had to do due to the stream outage last night. But I thank you so much once again. It does mean a lot to me that a lot of people do enjoy the content. And with that being said, we're going to move on to the next question.
All right, and the next question is from William Henry, who puts in a $14 donation and says, do we know how many new regular troops Ukraine has raised since the war started, and how many are being trained now? The West could train Ukrainians in adjacent NATO countries. Thanks, and don't forget to hit that like button, everyone.
Yes, everyone make sure to hit that like button. We may be able to hit 4,000 likes by the end of the stream, which I believe would be absolutely insane. But to answer that question, could you reread it to me again, because it just completely flew out of my head. So could you reread it?
Yeah, let's see here. So he said, do we know how many new regular troops Ukraine has raised since the war started, and how many are being trained now?
Ah, yes. Okay, so to answer that question, we know that the Territorial Defense Forces added tens of thousands to the initial number of Ukrainian troops that were in the army. Starting off in the war, it seemed like the Ukrainians had somewhere in the ballpark of 190,000 troops inside of the army alone. The Air Force had around 10 to 20,000 personnel, and the Navy was only a few thousand. The Ukrainian Navy is incredibly small, if not non-existent. But to move on from that, as we know, the Ukrainians mobilized most of the territorial defense forces incredibly early in the war, and from what I could tell, the number of troops that were mobilized could be anywhere in the ballpark between 50,000 to 90,000 additional troops. So add that on to the original 190,000, and that gives you a ballpark figure of anywhere in between 240,000 to 280,000 troops that they may have right now in their own homegrown military. Then on top of that, we know that the first foreign legion that entered the country and was put together had around 16,000 soldiers inside of it. We don't know how many more volunteers have joined since then, but 16,000 is a pretty good number to go off of. And so on the high end, that puts the Ukrainians around a force of 300,000 fighting troops. Well, not really fighting troops. When you really think about it, there still has to be a large amount of logistical efforts that go in behind the lines. Of course, not all of them are combatant troops. And going through that entire list, I'm not really sure how many combat troops they have, but the overall number is probably somewhere in the ballpark of 300,000 to 250,000 troops in total. So, of course, we don't know how many are in training now. They try and keep these numbers as secretive as possible, and that's understandable because they don't want the Russians to get a true assessment of their force strength. So I don't really have any exact numbers to go off of, sadly, but I do hope that does answer the question to my best of my abilities. And with that, I thank you once again for the support, and we're going to move on to the next question.
All right, and the next question up is from, let's see here, Zyper Sniper 1, who puts in an $11 donation and says, how Russians just tie up civilians and shoot them is sickening, and what happened in Bucha is like the K-10 Massacre 2.0, just with civilians. Slava Ukraine, and much love from Norway.
I can Oh, well, thank you very much. It's cool to know you're from Norway. I like that. I like when I hear about international viewers, because it's just bizarre to me to think that people from around the world watch this. It doesn't really hit you until people say it. But to answer the question, answer the comment in a way, I do agree. It's very similar to the Katyn, I believe that's how it's pronounced, massacre that occurred in Poland. And it does look a lot like that, and I just can't stand that stuff. It really, honestly, seems a lot like Babin Yar. How the Germans. I'm making sure I'm getting the story correct, because now my mind is like shot and it's drawing blanks a lot. But the Germans gathered up some 30,000, I believe, Jewish people in the area around Kiev, and brought them to this large ravine near Kiev at the time, which is right here now. It's in the middle of the city, actually. But at the time, this little ravine was called Babin Yar. And so they took them all into this ravine, and they shot them all, some 30,000 Jews, and they killed them all in one spot. I believe that was largely conducted by the SS and the Einsatzgruppen. But getting past the exact details, it was a terrible massacre that happened in the same area, pretty much, as the Bucha Hostomel Irpin area, which is just a few miles away outside of the Kiev metropolitan area, and it's kind of like a suburb. And so we saw a very identical war crime occur out there, and just like Babin Yar, where they were killed in a ravine, we saw the Russians kill these civilians and then bury them in pits around the city, much like the ravines of, the ravine of Babin Yar. So I hate to think about that, and I hope that sicko who did that and operated that unit, who did kill all of those innocent civilians, is found. And I know that the Ukrainians do not do the death penalty, even for traitors to the nation and also war criminals. But I hope that is reversed for that man, and he faces the firing squad. And so I thank you so much for the support, and I hope that does address the comment in a way. And so with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And I just want to say, for those of you asking about how you can help Ukraine, every Sunday we do hold a donation stream. So we pick a charity and then everybody can just donate to it. They've been a huge success in the past, and we're going to hold another one, as always, this Sunday. So if you want to help Ukraine, be sure to show up at 10 p.m. Eastern on Sunday, and that'll be the perfect time to help out.
Also,
So moving on to the next.
before we
Yep.
do, I just want to address this real quick. I do understand that a lot of people are well intentioned, but when you suggest a fundraiser, I just got to keep these things in mind, because these are the criteria I must meet to be able to run a fundraiser. First off, the fundraiser that is proposed must be under the GuideStar.org system with an EIN number registered in the United States. And if it doesn't meet those two qualifications, it's pretty much out of the runnings as soon as it's proposed. Because when I run fundraisers, I consider people getting scammed on my streams seriously. And so, once again, I want to say, I'm not saying that every single fundraiser that's proposed that doesn't have an EIN and isn't under the GuideStar program. I'm not saying they're all scams. A lot of them are, probably legitimate. But the thing is that I am scared of someone pulling the wool over my eyes and having me lead tens of thousands of dollars down a scam path. And so I just want to make that clear to everyone once again, that if it's not under the GuideStar program, which YouTube deems safe, and that all of the fundraisers under the GuideStar program have an incredibly long and very safe track record, I'm not really one to want to. Well, I won't do the fundraisers, really, because I just can't imagine doing one day, for like so-and-so to get his military gear and a gun and go over to Ukraine, and then this guy disappears off the face of the earth with $15,000 after the fundraiser. That's a big concern of mine. There's a lot of people out there like that, who try and take advantage of terrible situations like this, and so I want to make sure to take care of everyone else and make sure that if we are doing anything, it will get to the people who matter. And of course, my fundraisers are also ran through the YouTube Give program, which is built into the YouTube system. And so when the fundraiser starts and actually occurs, none of that money touches my hands or goes through any of my accounts. And I want to make that clear again, because sometimes we have bots come through and during the fundraiser they go, "Yo, this is a scam." It's not. It's run through the YouTube Give system. And so YouTube Give pretty much handles all the fees. They pay for all the fees involved. They account for all the donations, and then they send it to the nonprofit that it was assigned to, the EIN number. And so it's incredibly safe, and that's the reason why I also only do fundraisers through that system alone, because I trust it and it seems incredibly safe. And so, with that being said, just keep that in mind if you have any suggestions for any type of fundraisers in the future. And with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
And next up, we have a $50 donation from NASA fanboy Globehead, who says, I enjoy your channel. I heard you say you want to go to law school, so here is a donation. As a member of the bar myself, I know you're going to need it.
Well, I thank you very much for the support. And of course, it always is interesting to hear that you are from the Bar Association. That is a pretty high up position in the legal world. And so I thank you so much for the support, and I thank you for enjoying the stream so much. It does mean a lot to us. And so I thank you once again. It is, and of course, I am glad that you do enjoy the channel. The content I try to deliver is of the highest quality that I can assure. And so I'm glad that you do see that and support it to that degree, and I'm glad that you find it worth that value. And so I thank you so much once again. It does help out us. It does help us out so much. I'm sorry if I'm going through this and I'm like falling apart. Like my brain has literally stopped running at this point. But I do thank you so much for the support. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $20 donation from William Allen. And William, I have to say, thank you so much. You've put in so many super chats tonight and last night. Just thank you so much for your continued support of the channel. He says, this whole world is at war from Africa to Central America, from North Korea to Sub-Asia, Himalayas to the Bay of Bengal. I would love for you to carry this to the world. Whoop.
Whoop. To answer that, I tried to, and then people were like, "Oh, that sucks." And I honestly, I kind of agreed, because I didn't really cover the news all too well. It was about the kind of like almost close to coup situation that was in Pakistan and something else. And people didn't like it. But right now, there is a situation unfolding in Burma, I do believe, where the Burman government is fighting some kind of the Burmese government, I believe, is to correct pronunciation right there. And I know it's not called Burma anymore. It's called Myanmar. But when I was born, it was called Burma. And so I'm just going to keep calling it Burma. So anyways, there's a situation going on there, and I would like to cover it. It's just that right now with the Ukraine war going on, and it takes up so much time, I really can't run another stream. I've been thinking about it though, and I think I might make a video on those specific incidents. But nonetheless, I do hope that I maybe can expand this to the rest of the world someday. But I do thank you very much for the support, and you have been a return supporter so much, and I'm very appreciative of it, and it does mean a lot to this channel. And so I thank you once again, and with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
All right, and next up, we have a $20 donation from G. Hill, who says, are there drones available that the U.S. can send to drop some food and bullets to the Ukrainian fighters that are trapped at the Azovstal steel plant? I've been praying for them. Glory to the heroes and glory to Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. That's kind of something that is a little bit hard to address, because first, I don't really know about all the drones in the United States inventory. I think they mostly revolve around the larger drones, the Predator and the Reaper, I believe, are the two larger categories of drones that the U.S. has. And so I don't really know if they have any kind of drones that be able to supply any level of meaningful supplies in terms of tonnage. So unfortunately, I don't think I can answer that question all too well. And we have gone down on this stream the avenue of how to supply the Azovstal a million times, really, at this point. And we keep on getting closer and closer to kind of like adding this thing together, you know, and trying to figure out an effective way to supply them. But then once we figure that out, the question is, do the Ukrainians even have the ability to, in the numbers, to do that kind of thing? And then that's another route we have to go down. So I think we may. I mean, like, let's pull that up, really. Let's look at all the U.S. drone inventory. And I saw someone in the chat, I forgot their name, but they said this is almost like a weapons infomercial. And sometimes I do agree with that, because it kind of feels like that. Anyways, let's look through here. Former, current. Oh, we've had former. Interesting. Right. Oh, I thought that said duct tape fan. I was like, wow, that's bizarre. And then Desert Hawk. Okay, interesting. So let's look at all the ones we got right now. We got the Grumman Bat. We got Scan Eagle. These look like the smaller versions. We got the Maverick, the Switchblade. Everyone loves the Switchblade. I gotta agree, it's a really neat drone as well. These are incredibly small. All right, now this thing right here, it might be able to carry in a potato chip, but I don't think it'd be carrying in much more than that. So the Blackjack is looking a little bit more sizable, but once again, it looks like it can be carried by a single man, so it's not going to be carrying a sizable amount of supplies. We can see that the drones are getting a little... Okay, here's the Reaper. We know that the Reaper is made to carry weapons, but then again, maybe it could be rigged to carry some kind of equipment, some kind of cargo or supplies. But it would be an incredibly small amount. It would not be large by any means. It's still a small drone, and I'm sure it doesn't have a lot of carrying capacity, so I'm just going to leave that one at that. When you see we've got the Fire Scout, it's apparently just a helicopter. We can also see that what appears to be a Kiowa that's been adopted to become a drone. I believe that would actually be able to carry a decent amount of supplies, but the question is, how much do these things cost, and what would be the actual success chances of it making it through the Russian lines and then landing in Mariupol intact, delivering the supplies, and then taking off and heading off elsewhere? That's a question that would have to be addressed some line down the road, because the ability to do it is, you know, of course there. You know, you could probably do it with this Fire Scout drone if this is usable. But the question is, how successful would it be? Would it even be worth the attempt? But with that, we're now going to move on to the RQ-7 Shadow. That looks like a smaller one, wouldn't be able to carry much. Also, the position of the camera on that drone pretty much blocks out the lower fuselage from being rigged to carry anything, because the camera, of course, is required to fly the drone. The Triton, maybe. I mean, like, that one actually looks like it's getting up there into the sizable range. Maybe we can get an idea from its armament it may be able to carry. Fortunately, it doesn't have an armament, so I'm not really sure how much extra weight this thing could carry. But it was introduced in 2018, looks relatively new. Maybe you could strip most of the systems out of the plane rather than the avionics required for it to fly, and maybe you would be able to scrape off enough weight off the aircraft to equip it with enough supplies where it's a meaningful transporter of equipment. Let's go through the last two. The Global Hawk, of course, we know about that one. That's pretty common one. 42? 42? I thought this was more common than that. Nonetheless, I always thought this was one of the more common drones beyond the Predator and the Reaper, I believe. But nonetheless, we're now going to move on to the last one, which is the Gray Eagle. I'm just not sure that any of these would really be able to carry enough supplies. And we can also see that they're in very limited numbers in the U.S. inventory, with only double digits in terms of the actual numbers of them. So I'm not really sure if it would be possible or effective, but I hope that we've delved in deep enough that it does answer the question in a way. And so I thank you very much for the support. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
All right, and next up we have a super chat from AC, who puts in an $18 donation and says, "Hi Enforcer, thank you for your awesome work. My question is all the refugee escape routes to Moldova safe? Does Ukraine need to be worried about that border in the coming attack?"
No, I don't think they do, because here's how the entire situation here in the south would have to unfold for anything to happen with Moldova. And the Russians will not do anything, and I know this with certainty. If I know anything, this is the one I am promising you is going to be the case. First, they would have to take Mykolaiv. They would have to push back out from Kherson towards Mykolaiv and retake that city and the bridge that passes over the Ba River. So that would have to be taken. So that this little line here covers that area. They would then have to move down the M14 towards Odessa. And then at this point, they would try and probably land a naval invasion at this town called Koblevi. Koblevi, I believe is the correct pronunciation. And we know that the Ukrainian anti-ship missiles would pretty much make that an impossibility. But let's say they were able to. The naval invasion then lands and provides enough force that they're able to encircle Odessa or capture it entirely. Now they have control over the south. And those three things have to be achieved. A successful naval invasion, well, all in order actually. The capture of Mykolaiv in its entirety, along with an intact bridge crossing the Ba River. The capture of the entirety of the M14, the launch of a successful naval invasion miles away from Odessa, which will then land, and then they will either encircle Odessa or capture it entirely, and then they would be able to consider doing something with Moldova. They would have to meet all those criteria for there to be a land route into Moldova to reach Transnistria and the supposed Russian forces inside of there to make sure that they were supplied enough to actually do anything meaningful. So I don't think there's anything that has to be worried about with Moldova. I don't think anything will be happening, and so I believe that the evacuation corridors through Moldova are safe to use and are probably not going to have any trouble in the future. That's the way I'm looking at this situation. Of course, I could be wrong, but I am very certain that they would have to meet those 3 separate criteria to be able to even think about anything concerning Moldova. So I thank you very much for the support, and I hope that does answer the question. And with that, we're going to move on to the next one.
And next up, we have another super chat from William Allen again. He's putting in a $50 donation this time, and I think he's trying to compete with Knuckles. So thank you very much, William. I'm just playing around, but he says, "Thanks, Bama Hoss. Just because the American media doesn't cover war throughout the world doesn't mean that people need our support still need us." Let me read that one more time. He said, "Just because the American media doesn't cover war throughout the world doesn't mean people that need our support still need us. Our American love of freedom is what all humankind wishes they could have. So sad."
I can agree entirely, and that's one thing. That's one thing I'd like to say. Hopefully, isn't taken politically, but a lot of people. America is one of the freest countries in the world. I know a lot of people say it's not really there, but that's kind of subjective thing. And there's very few countries I believe that do it better than us. I can name the only one I can think that does it better is Switzerland, but that's something for another day. But anyways, a lot of people in the world wish they could be as free as the United States. That's why so many people still want to immigrate here. That's why you see, not to get into a whole bunch of political stuff, that's why you see always the argument of immigrants entering the country, whether they be legal or illegal, is beyond the point. People flood into the United States because it's a land of opportunity, a land of freedom, a place where people can do what they want, worship how they want, and say what they want, and generally no one's going to stand in your way of doing it. And that kind of freedom, due to World War II, was spread around to the rest of the globe. We liberated the world of people like the Imperial Japanese, the fascist Germans, and we brought with us democracy and self-representation. And so the rest of the world, once the Soviet Union fell, wants that stuff. Whether they can actually achieve that goal, as well as the Americans have, although there are many flaws with the system. One would be, amiss to say that it's perfect. They still try and achieve that golden pinnacle, that golden apex, I guess you could say. And the fact that the Ukrainians struggle every single year, even before this war came to be, and they were trying to join NATO so that way they could further their own interests of being a self-determining nation like they are and rooting out the corruption like Zelensky was trying to before the war. It's something to really see as pretty much let them out to dry. Although we're giving them a huge amount of support, we're letting them out to dry right now, and we're not really helping them out like we said we would under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty of 1994. So I can't agree with you, William, that it is something that everyone in the world wishes they could have, and I think that it is America's in America's interest to make sure that all self-determining countries that are a democracy trying to defend their own liberties and freedoms have the entire backing and protection of the United States. So I thank you very much for this, and really not just the United States, but the entire democratic Western world, which includes Western Europe as well, and some of the Eastern Asian countries like Japan and South Korea, which we've seen South Korea making incredible strides during its short history towards being a democratic and self-representative nation. So thank you very much for the support. I can entirely agree with you. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And next up, we have a question from Brian Waitikas, putting in a $20 donation. He says, "Proton Mail provides free encrypted email and VPN service for journalists abroad. Regardless of the side they are on, this was established to protect journalists abroad without prejudice. And no, I do not work for them."
Could you read that one again to me real quick? I didn't really follow it.
He says that Proton Mail, it's basically a free email service. It's encrypted, and it's used by journalists abroad. And he's saying that he doesn't work for them, but he recommends it.
Well, I thank you very much for the support, and we will look into it. But I do thank you once again, And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And next up, we have a question from Level 70, who puts in an $11 donation and says, with Ukraine's new weapon supplies, just a moment. With Ukraine's new weapon supplies, will they have the capability to destroy the Kerch Bridge in Crimea?
The Kerch Bridge in Crimea.
Kerch.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's fine. I was thinking, I was kind of mixed up there myself. I do think they may be able to. And I believe that is something that they should really look into. The Crimean Bridge, the Kerch Bridge, is as you called it, and I believe it is called the Kerch Bridge, but for some reason on Google it's calling it the Crimean Bridge. But anyways, if they could hit that, imagine the hell that would be caused on Russian logistics in that direction. They would then have to conduct ferry crossings across that open patch of a strait in between Crimea and the Russian mainland, or they would have to start ferrying over the supplies by air, which I don't think the Russians have the ability to do in a sizable enough amount that it would actually fill in the gap. So I think they may, and I think that would be probably one of the biggest achievements in the war as far as hurting Russian logistics if they were able to do that. And I think with the new weapons that they are getting delivered to them, that may be on the horizon. So I thank you so much for the support, and I hope that does answer the question. And with that, we're going to move on to the next one.
And up next, I want to recognize a $10 donation from Margaret Go. Thank you very much, Margaret, for your donation to the channel. Next up, we have a $10 donation from Dustin Straight, who says, I just wanted to say it's a very stand-up move to make up for the stream being cut short last night. I've been watching from almost day one and will continue to return.
And I thank you so much for the support, and I'm glad that you do appreciate the marathon we are enduring right now. Right now, the stream has been going on for 3 hours and 5 minutes. And considering that the stream was cut off last night, and that was a failure to deliver to all of the wonderful people that y'all are, and the fact that y'all give y'all's time to watch these streams, I feel obligated, and I feel like I owe it to start this stream early today and make sure that I covered everyone's questions, the news that was left out, and I mean, I like to cut that whole entire little spill short. I'll do anything for y'all. Y'all are my fans, pretty much. Y'all can go anywhere and get this kind of news, but y'all come to me, and so I owe everything to y'all, really. And I will make sure to do anything to make sure that my fans are delivered the best content, the best news, and that no one is ever shortchanged on this channel. And so I thank you all so much once again, and I thank you very much for appreciating the efforts we go through to ensure that the viewers, all of y'all, have a very good time and get the news that y'all come here for. So I thank you once again, and with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
All right, and next up, we have a question from Tim Swenson, who puts in a $20 donation and says, there have been a few comments in the last few days about drones dropping supplies on marijuana. I think they might have meant to spell Mariupol. Uh, but what about the helicopter sneaking in over the water like they did overland into Russia and hitting an oil plant?
That's a good question. The problem, though, is that we don't know if there's naval forces that they're basing in the Sea of Azov, and if there is, considering that these helicopters wouldn't have any kind of solid ground cover to hide behind, that may actually expose them to fire from the sea and surface-to-air missiles that could be launched by ship. So I think that is something that they should look into. I think that, honestly, the most successful kind of helicopter raid that could be conducted towards Mariupol, even if it's just a supply raid, if you'd like to call it that, would be going over a land route and trying to use the ravines and hills to generally hide the helicopters from any kind of surface-to-air missile batteries or any kind of anti-air defense systems. But I do thank you for the support, and that's a very good statement and observation that they did in fact conduct a successful helicopter raid on Belgorod, and it means that there is the possibility that they could do a successful helicopter operation towards Mariupol. And so I thank you so much for the support, and with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, I want to recognize a $10 donation from Chris and Ted. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. We very much appreciate it. Up next, we have a $10 donation from Cornholio, who says, I am Cornholio.
Really?
That's what they say.
Okay, wait a minute. Did he put in a second one?
I think there's just one.
Oh, I think I know what he's going to say. He's going to say, I need TP for my bunghole. Does it say that?
Oh, yeah, I see it now. It was down here.
Yeah.
He says that.
Oh my gosh, it's the great Cornholio. Yo, we got the great Cornholio on stream. Well, I thank you very much for your support, and we will get you TP for your bunghole. I thank you so much once again. Very cool username, and I like the stick to the act, man. That's great. I love it. So anyways, I thank you very much once again. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a super chat from Craig, who puts in a $10 donation and says, "Hello from UK. The Kaliningrad referendum was a satirical spoof from Ukrainian government to highlight fake referendums happening in occupied cities such as Kherson. Keep up the great work."
I thank you very much for the support, and I'm glad that you did give a little bit of clarity and closure to the story, because I, for one, did not know the reason why the Ukrainians said that, and now I know why, and they're trying to show how polls can kind of just be faked by whatever side there is. And just as a fact, I did see someone in the chat. I would scroll through the thousands of comments, but that would take a couple of minutes. But I did see someone earlier saying that 78.25% of statistics are in fact made up. And I would have to entirely agree that some 75.25% of the statistics, like that guy said, are in fact made up. So always keep an eye out, because every 3 in 4 people are probably lying to you. I wouldn't know, because I'm not one of those 3 in 4. I'm just kidding. And that guy made up that statistic as well, probably. But once again, you always got to not trust things that are coming out of occupied territory, because it's in the enemy side's advantage to try and contort the story to their needs. So I thank you very much once again for the support and bringing that up. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $10 donation from Zach Jeffers, who says, "At this point, Russians killing civilians aren't even a shocker anymore. It seems it's basically a part of their military doctrine. Let's just hope the people who are involved are brought to justice."
I do hope they are. I did say a while ago that I kind of have gotten desensitized to this. Of course, I'm not losing my humanity. It's just that you see so much stuff happen over 2 months. And, just like the Ukrainians with bullets whizzing past them, at the beginning, it did seem like people were a little bit shaken. But still, now as the war is going on, they've gotten used to it. And once you see barbarism to a point for so long, you get used to it. But people gotta realize, and I still realize, that the stuff I'm seeing is some of the most heinous stuff that could be done against humanity in the history of this world. There's very few things that can compare to this. And the people, I don't even think they should be called people. I think they should be called bastards. The bastards that are doing this ought to be held accountable for it, and made sure that there should be a special exception made to the rule of executions in this particular instance inside of Ukraine. And so I thank you very much for the support, and I can entirely agree with you. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, Travel with Mark puts in a $20 donation and says 200.
200. I don't know what that's for, but I thank you very much for the support. And with that being said, we're going to move on to the next question. 200.
And up next, we have a $10 donation from Neil Wojan, who says, "Did you know that the Ukrainians invented what was kind of the first technical? It's called a tachanka and was used by Nestor Makhno's Black Army to fight off both the Soviets and the fascists."
Yes, I do know that. Yes, I'm a huge fan of the Tachanka. Not the Tachanka from Rainbow Six Siege. I don't know if any of y'all know about that game, but that's kind of why people know of the name Tachanka. But I knew about Tachankas just from kind of like the whole entire Russian Civil War thing that was going on. And the anarchists used this system called a Tachanka. We'll just pull it up. It's a troika. So it's a 3-horse pulled cart, and they put a Maxim machine gun in the back of it, and they would pretty much do drive-by shootings with this thing and kind of. Oh, look, there it is. That's the video game one. Tachanka wagon. I guess that'll probably pull it up. So, here's a Tachanka. You can see it a little bit more clearly now. And usually, they were pulled by 3 horses. This one was pulled by 1. These look like reenactors of a sort. But here's a better picture. This looks like an actual historically accurate picture of a wagon that has a Tachanka on it. So, well, that is a Tachanka. So you can see it's a troika. So it's pulled by 3 horses, as the usual. No, that's actually 4 horses. Or wait a minute, is that another horse with? I can't tell. I'm going to say that's a 4-horse wagon though. And you can see that they put the Maxim on the back of it, and that they're using this Tachanka as pretty much a drive-by shooting kind of system. They would pull the wagon up, they would spin it around where that Maxim would be facing at the enemy, and then they'd shoot at him and they'd run off. So yes, it pretty much was like the first version of the technical, and it's a incredibly interesting system and something that's rarely talked about or looked at in terms of kind of like weapons innovations that were made in the kind of like post World War I era during the Russian Civil War. So I thank you very much for bringing that up. And I did actually know that fact, and I'm a huge fan of the Tachanka. In fact, in my reenacting group, I remember telling them, wouldn't that be cool if we did like Russian Civil War and we did a Tachanka? Because we have a wagon and one of the guys has horses, although they haven't been to a reenactment in a while. And I was like, that would be really cool if we did a Tachanka, just to do it. But nonetheless, I thank you very much for the support. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And now we know why Travel with Mark said 200. He just put in a $200 donation and says 200 again.
200. Oh, thank you very much for the support. I guess the first one was kind of like a foreshadowing or something, but I thank you very much for the support again. That's huge. Not a lot of people support us like that, and I'm very thankful that you do find the quality of these streams to be that good that you would support us to that length. And it means a lot to me, and of course does help us to keep the channel running. And so I thank you once again. I hate that you didn't throw in a question because I'd answer the question if you had one. But anyways, I do thank you so much for the support. It does mean a lot. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And he actually later said that the donate interface isn't great, so that's the reason why. But thank you very much, Mark, for that support. That's just tremendous, and we very much appreciate it. So next up here, we have a question from C.A. Lags, who puts in a $10 donation and says, a Ukrainian legislator said they want to cut the bridge between Crimea and mainland Russia. Russia threatened to retaliate if they do this. Do you think Ukraine can do it, and will it help in the south?
Yes, it will. This is the only land bridge. Well, yeah, this is the only connection to Crimea they have over a bridge. I'm not sure if it's both a railroad bridge and a road bridge. How the hell do they get trains across? Where's the railroad bridge? Hang on, let me pull that up. The Crimean Bridge. Let's take a good look at this on Google Maps with a satellite image. I've got to figure out if this is a railroad bridge. Yes, this is a railroad bridge as well. This is both the railroad and the road connection to Crimea from Russia. So any kind of supplies that have to come in from inside of Russia must cross this bridge. Either way, or it has to be brought in by ship, which would be very inefficient for the amount of cover for the amount of ground that has to be covered. So I don't think that's efficient. So everything being transported into Crimea is by this bridge and that railroad bridge. So if the Ukrainians manage to destroy it, you can just imagine the wrench that would throw into the Russian logistical situation in that area. I'm actually going to keep Google Maps up here so that way we can refer to it to look at things in satellite view, because it's better than looking at it in this kind of like white scale view. But anyways, I do thank you so much for the question, and it does I do think that would help them out in the south to a huge degree, and the Russians couldn't really do much to the Ukrainians rather than try and ramp up the level of fighting that they're doing, and then they wouldn't really be able to because most of their supply lines would just be cut off right at the source pretty much. So I thank you very much for the support, and I hope that does answer the question. And with that, we're going to move on to the next one.
And next up, we have a $10 donation from Alex Wolf, who says, have 3.5 tours as a squad leader with the 101st. American soldiers get pissed upon receiving fire. I have never witnessed a single soldier freaking out in a combat.
Well, I thank you very much for the support, and I'm glad that you do share some of your experience from your actual tours overseas, and thank you very much for your service. While you may have not seen soldiers freak out, which I think it kind of shows that Americans also have high morale in a way, but then again, that's just me talking from, my assumptions and stuff. You actually have experience, you may know different, but there was a lot of accounts in World War I of shell shock actually happening to a decent amount of troops. And it's not like in the movies, where the officer would come up and just start smacking him across his face and go like, get yourself together, and treat him like shit. Usually an officer would come up and be like, hey bud, you got to understand, this is like war. We're all going through this together, and you kind of got to pull it together, because if you don't, you're just going to get yourself killed, and it's not going to be good for you. But nonetheless, there is a lot of accounts of soldiers sometimes just breaking down. But I'm glad to hear that it wasn't the case for you. But historically, that has been the case. And I'm very glad to hear that American soldiers don't freak out. That would be bad to hear. And I'm glad to hear that they get pissed instead, because, I bet that really helps them in trying to take out those enemy forces for sure. But then again, that's just me talking from assumptions. But I thank you very much for your service and the support and also the comment. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $10 donation from Arena Pugovic, who says, Enforcer TikTok was take off App Store. Let me clean that up a little bit. Enforcer TikTok was taken off the App Store for Russia-based users. That might be why the TikTok stars are not there anymore.
That is a good. That's a good idea, but I don't think the removing of it off the App Store is retroactive. Is that the case, Matthew? I know you're very familiar with Apple systems.
Let's see here. So if Russia decided to take it off, it's gone and nobody can get it anymore. But if it was already downloaded onto a phone, there's no way to take it off that way, except unless the user actually uninstalls it themselves.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking it was like that because if you remember way back in the day, if you're with my group of folks, you know, my generation, there was the whole Flappy Birds craze where the Flappy Birds app got removed off of the Apple Store, well, the Apple app, you know, store. And people started flipping out, you know, because the people who had installed Flappy Birds onto their phones still had Flappy Birds, but it wasn't on the App Store anymore. So I think that that doesn't really affect the Chechens all too much because if they were using TikTok to upload their videos, you know that they probably still have it, and the Russians are probably making an exception for them, you know, and letting them keep TikTok on their phones because we know that they do check all the phones in Russia to make sure that they're following the law. And I bet you they're probably making an exception for them so they can continue to upload propaganda to the internet for the Western world to see. But I do thank you very much for the information. I did not know that it had been removed off the App Store in Russia recently. But with that, we're now going to move on to the next question.
Wow, and I totally forgot about Flappy Birds. That just gave me like a whole flashback of mentioning that. But anyways, moving on to the next one, we have a $20 donation from a random trip who says, if the Ukrainians destroy those bridges in Crimea, large ships like cargo ships going in and out from Russia won't be able to pass through it, and it could be very devastating to Russia.
Oh my God! Wait a minute, you just hit it on the nail, man. Like, yeah, wow. Thank you so much for saying that because hell, I totally forgot about that. If this bridge is taken out, it's pretty much going to be block the passage through both sides of this bridge if they hit both of them. It looks like there's an opening here, but it looks like the major route for ships, according to Google Maps, is through here. So if they take out that bridge, that's going to stop all naval traffic, well, maritime traffic through the Kerch Strait for an unforeseeable amount of time, probably about a month or two. And so that would have untold effects on the Russian logistical situation in the entire south. So I believe the Ukrainians ought to make that the priority and wiping out that bridge as soon as possible because that will turn the war in their favor completely. So I thank you very much for the support, and I thank you very much for bringing that up because you just actually blew my mind thinking about that because that's something I have known, but for some reason it has not crossed my mind at all when talking about that bridge. So I thank you very much for bringing that up because that was smart. Everyone give that guy a round of applause because that was a genius statement. And so with that, thank you very much for the support once again, and we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next here, we have a $10 donation from Brendan Henderson, who says, the Nazi claims by Russia is from the Azov and the Wolfsangel from with Black Sun and their insignia. Russia also using Wolfsangel. Black Sun was in SS headquarters. Azov removed Black Sun.
Very interesting. I do thank you very much for the info. I believe you're talking about that specific little emblem that the Azov battalion uses, and I didn't know that the Russians were using it to some degree as well. So I thank you very much for the support and sharing that with us. That is an interesting bit of information to know, and it's also interesting to know that it does have, in fact, ties with the 1940s Germans. And so with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
Up next, we have a $10 donation from Tim Swenson, who says, love your show, love to get that easy info. YouTubers are beating the normal news routes. For example, Ryan Hall, y'all, are killing it.
Well, I thank you very much for the support. I don't know a lot about other YouTubers. I very rarely have time to watch other ones. Usually, I just enjoy my free time playing a game like Ostriv, by the way, made by Ukrainian developers. An incredibly fun game. I actually live streamed that last night to a group of folks on the Discord, and everyone was agreeing it's a really fun game. And I've got to agree, really cool game. And I'm glad that the Ukrainians create such gems. But anyways, I don't really watch a lot of other YouTubers, but I am glad to know that other people out there are beating the routes and they're making sure that the information is covered. And so I thank you very much once again. Also, I'd like to make note Very importantly, I will try and upload the short snippet videos tomorrow, maybe about 2 a day on top of the streams I'm doing, but it may be limited to 1 a day depending on how labor intensive they are. But I do thank you so much for giving us a lot of support on what we're doing on this channel. It does mean a lot to me. And so with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And next up, we've been paid a visit by Jason Bourne, who puts in a $10 donation. He says, I've seen trucks and trains transporting lots of older U.S. military equipment, such as clearly used Avengers and Strikers, heading west towards Seattle. Do you think they could be going to Ukraine?
They could be, or they could just be moving them around because while of course we are moving supplies to Ukraine, there is just a lot of movement of military supplies around the United States that happens regularly, and so it may just be moving around the country, or it could be being transported to a port like Seattle where it'll be loaded onto a ship and then sent over to Ukraine. So that may be the case as well. But I thank you so much for the support. And I also saw someone say it in the chat because I think it every time I hear you, like sending a super chat. Parodes said, Jesus Christ is Jason Bourne. And I have to agree because I always think that whenever I hear you send in a super chat. So I hope I answered that question. And I thank you so much for the support. And with that being said, we're going to go on to the next question.
And next up, we have a $10 donation from Bob A, who says, I don't know if I missed mention of this earlier, but what is the thought on the Phoenix Ghost drone being provided to Ukraine by the USA? Slava Ukraine.
Horom Slava, and also to answer that question, I didn't really, I don't really know a lot about that drone. I don't even know how many have been provided. We just know that there's been some sent over. Hopefully they can be used to great effect. I don't even know what their purpose is. I don't know if it's surveillance, a kamikaze drone, or what, but it's a small one. We know that at least. And so my comment on that is any support is better than no support. So hopefully the Ukrainians can find some kind of field or avenue that it needs to fill in the battlefield role, and hopefully it can be used effectively by the Ukrainians. But nonetheless, I'm very ignorant on that system. It just popped up yesterday on my radar for me, and so I'm still trying to look into it, but hopefully I can get us all an answer sometime in the future. So I thank you so much for the support, and I hope that does answer the question. And with that, we're going to move on to the next one.
And up next, we have a $10 donation from Praise Adonai, who says, Enforcer, Putin stated yesterday he will not stop at the destruction of Ukraine, even if it takes special weapons, meaning nukes. Do you think he will be stopped preemptively, and in what way?
I'm not sure if it'll be stopped preemptively. Most democratic countries try and pretty much react. Usually democratic countries are a reactionary group of people instead of a preemptive group. So I don't think that it will be preempted. Just because if you look at the causes that led up to World War One and World War Two for the United States, as well as the British, which are both, I guess you could call them Keystone Western countries. They kind of like define the Western world. Both in World War One and World War Two, they had to wait for the opposing power to do something first, and then they reacted to it. So I don't think anyone will be preempting much of anything. Also, considering that Russia is a nuclear power, that does add a lot into the equation that people have to consider when trying to, step on their toes, because the Russians could just start flinging nukes at them, then the United States flings nukes at them, and then the whole entire world as we know it, the, Western world, is ended immediately. So I thank you very much for the support, and I hope that does answer the question in a way. And with that, how many super chats do we have left, Matthew?
So let's see here. We have about 15 left.
All right. So, considering that this has been a marathon so far, we're now 3 hours and 30 minutes in. So this is longer than the Forrest Gump movie, and it's probably going to be the longest stream we will ever do. So I'm going to have to put a cutoff on all the super chats for tonight. And I'm not really sure if we're even going to be able to get to questions from we're getting to questions from the live chat. I'm not shortchanging no one. So we're going to answer the remainder of the super chats for tonight, and then we'll also answer a couple of questions from the live chat. So if you send in a super chat beyond this mark, and also, Matthew, if you can make sure to put some notes every once in a while on the live chat for people to know. If you send in a super chat past this point with a question attached, I will unfortunately not be able to answer it due to time constraints. I hope you all understand, because it's been a long stream today. But nonetheless, if you do want to continue to support the channel, make sure to hop over to the merch shop. So that way, if you do want to get something out of it, you can get like a neat shirt or a mug or something like that. But nonetheless, I do thank you all so much for the support. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
All right, and next up we have a $10 donation from TJ Johnson, who says, "Thank you for the extended session after last night's early end. I didn't mind quitting work early for your stream. I love the access you allow to your maps very much and hope you're able to fix it soon."
I do hope so as well. Unfortunately, the only fix I have is to refresh this page, and when I do, all the markers that I put down for day 57 and day 58 will disappear forever. And so I will only be able to send out the day 59 map and then the rest of the week onward. So it'll be missing the first 2 days. I'll only have 5 days on this week's map. And I hate to say that, and I am very glad that you do enjoy the maps. I like to provide them because a lot of people love to look at them, and also, as far as we know, the information is largely accurate. There's not a lot of room for propaganda in here from both sides, because we've seen the Russians pretty much copy the map verbatim, which gives me a pretty good idea that it's pretty accurate, actually. And we've seen a lot of Western countries put out maps that are very similar. So I thank you very much for the support. We will try and sort out that problem, and I do, and it's pretty funny, and I do like that you quit work an hour early to watch the stream from the start. That's really neat, and I'm glad that you enjoy it that much. And so thank you once again, and with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And next up, we have a $10 donation from Freedom First, who says, "Do you think Russia will use nukes? Also, does Ukraine have any submarines? They could sneak them into Mariupol to resupply and evaluate the wounded. I can't wait for your film video segment."
Well, I thank you very much for the support. We once again cannot wait to release it. It's still in the development phase because we threw out everything from the last one. We didn't like it. And also, we learned more information to make it a little bit different. I once again will touch on it is nuclear, but I'm not going to go into anything beyond that. So hopefully that's an interesting topic to a lot of you. And also to answer that question, the Ukrainians do not have a submarine. They used to have a single submarine. It was a Foxtrot class, but unfortunately that was captured in 2014 by the Russians when they commandeered all of the Ukrainian vessels that were moored in Sevastopol port. So unfortunately they don't have one, and so that will not be a possibility. But I do thank you very much for the support, and I hope that does address the comment in a way. And so with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And next up, we have a $10 donation from Rich Hogan. He says, "Great stream as always. I've been watching since the very beginning. Keep up the great work."
And I thank you so much. I know you've been watching since the beginning. You've been here since the dawn of time. And I thank you so much for enjoying these streams. It is very cool to know that I have a lot of people who've been around, a lot of people in the old guard pretty much who've been around since day one and seen the stream progress as it has through each day and watching the news day by day. And what's crazy to me is that I don't really think about these streams on a viewer role. I just sit here and look at the screen and I talk for hours about the war. And it's got to be different from the viewer side because y'all sit down and y'all don't see any of the production side of things. Y'all just hear the news, and that's got to be, I mean, that is a really neat service when I think about it. Like, y'all all just sit down and no one else does it, and I will sit here and go over every single thing that's happened everywhere on the front line and try and pinpoint it to an exact spot. And no one else is doing that on the internet. That is pretty neat when I think about it. So I thank you very much for the support and bringing that up. And I thank you once again. It does mean a lot, and I'm glad that you've been around for a very long time. And so with that, I thank you once again, and we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $10 donation from Poof Studios, who says, "See my comment about Ukrainian Orthodox Cathedral in Maryland as a possible donation location. They're raising money for ambulances and other medical equipment, and they have an EIN."
I will look into that if they are in the Guide Star program. That is something I might look into. So I thank you very much for the support. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And next up, we have another $10 donation from Freedom First, who says, "God bless America. Can you please also cover our brave soldiers around the world? Thank you for all you do."
Yes, I would love to cover the brave soldiers around the world. Unfortunately, the United States is not involved in a war at the moment. We are no longer in Afghanistan. We are no longer in Iraq. And we're really not involved in anything that we can cover. They are incredibly brave men. And I've known a lot of them through my life because for some reason I've had the great fortune of always being around veterans of all kinds of wars from World War II all the way up to Iraq and Afghanistan. And I've heard a lot of stories, and I do know that these men, a lot of them, are exceptionally brave people. And so I would love to cover their stories. hopefully there will not be a time in the future where that will be necessary. But anyways, I do thank you very much for the support, and I will try and look into that in the future. And so I thank you once again. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And we have yet another super chat from William Allen putting in another $10 donation. He says, I wish we could count on our government to express the will of us and not their political cover of the truth.
Could you say that one more time? I don't think I was following.
He says, I wish we could count on our government to express the will of us people and not their political cover of the truth.
I can agree with that, but I don't really get too political, so I'm going to just leave it at that. But I do thank you so much for your return support, William. It does mean a lot to us. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have another one from Zyber Sniper 1 who puts in a $10 donation and says, if World War III starts and Russia attacks Norway and NATO in general, then I'll grab my axe and go berserk.
Well, thank you very much for the support. I wish you the best of luck with that. We do know that in World War II, the Home Guard started to issue pikes to the Home Guard, and everyone started to be outraged about that. And the British said the pike is an incredibly effective stealth weapon. And so hopefully you do have a lot of success with that if that does come to, if push comes to shove. And so I thank you so much for the support once again, and I wish you the best of luck. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And William Allen is officially the MVP of the night. He puts in another $10 donation and says, the only statistic I believe is what percentage people want freedom, just to live their lives as people did without BS.
I do entirely agree. And the thing is that much like freedom, in its concept, is built into the American culture and the American world. Freedom is the defining and key principle of Ukrainian people in their world. You know, the Ukrainian world is entirely separate from the American world culturally and historically, but they are still rooted into the same freedoms that the United States enjoys. Their freedom came from the Cossacks. The Cossacks are the people who are indigenous to Ukraine, and they've had a very tumultuous history with people coming through and trying to invade them and subjugate them, and somehow they have survived through all the years. Of course, the Cossacks are a very interesting group of people. Whenever you look at them, oh yeah, also I don't want to leave Google Maps. We'll leave that alone, and also we'll get rid of that. We'll just click down there. All right, so Cossacks. Let's pull them up. Let's take a look at them. Hopefully not the ones that the Russians tried to paint, but here's a very famous painting of the Zaporizhzhian Cossacks. Right here, and you can see that they're a very interesting lot of people and very poorly clothed. And that's something that I like to note is that these people cared about freedom so much that they really gave up economic power when they were an independent kind of operating group of people to make sure that they were as free as possible. And so you do have to understand that through that, they literally gave up money for freedom. And so it's very important to them as well that they remain a free people. It's pretty much part of their national identity. And so I do entirely agree that I believe that everyone in the world wants to live free, and especially the Ukrainians, because they have a historical tendency to value freedom over anything else. And so I thank you very much for the support, and I hope that does answer the question. And with that, we're going to move on to the next one.
And up next, we have a $10 donation from Tim Swenson again. He says, LOL, sorry getting close to 59. Speech to text doesn't always do me right. Not that I condone marijuana, LOL.
Well, it's totally fine. A lot of people think I smoke pot now because I put in a $420 donation on the Sunday fundraiser last time. I don't. But if you do, you know, it's a different kind of law. It's a different kind of legal situation around the entire nation. You know, in Colorado, it's legal. In Alabama, it's not. And of course, I don't do it anyways. I don't smoke or drink, and I don't also smoke weed either. But you know, I thank you very much for the support, and I do understand that it must have been a slip up with speech to text. I have a friend that uses speech to text a lot, and it slips up a lot on him as well. So I can entirely understand where you're coming from, and I thank you so much for the support once again. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have an $8 donation from Roofies Colada, who says, what did you do before this war, and what is your plan for the channel afterwards? Have you heard the rumor Australia is sending their squadron of attack emus?
I have not heard that rumor, but to answer your question of what I did before the war, I actually was a gaming channel, surprisingly. I'm sorry, I drew a blank there for a second. Someone, real quick, Joe Kerr said, do you smoke meth? No, that's an Alabama thing, but not my kind of Alabama thing. But to answer your question again, what I did before, well, actually, I can't show that because I'd be showing some of my security stuff on my channel, but I actually was a gaming channel, and I actually still have all those videos on my channel. They're just unlisted. In fact, I'm going to run a poll real quick. I will release... Yeah, I'm going to give y'all an option. I'm going to run a poll. Do y'all want to see one of the old gaming videos? I'll release the most successful one I had. It was a War Thunder video. But if y'all want to see it, I mean, you know, I'd be more than happy to show it. You know, it's no harm to me. Do you guys want to see a gaming video of mine from long ago? And we'll just make the options yes or no, and we'll ask. Also, yes, I did watch... Well, actually, I didn't watch Seinfeld episodes before the war. I've kind of become a huge fan of Seinfeld in the middle of this war, which is kind of crazy. But anyways, there's the poll. I'm going to let y'all, you know, fill it in real quick. And if y'all want to see it, I'll show it. You know, it got 3,000 views. It was not a really highly viewed video, but back then I was, like, happy for anything. I'd get, like, 50 views a video. And so, that was huge to me, and everyone liked it. You know, everyone liked the intro and stuff, and it had some pretty useful tips in War Thunder and all. But nonetheless, I hope that answers the question, and with that, we're going to move on to the next one.
And up next, we have another donation from Zyper Sniper 1 of $6. He says, I have a goal to take a whiskey shot for every 100 Ukrainian soldier killed. So if it's 3,000 now, then it's around 30 shots till the stream ends.
Well, it looks like you'll be dying of liver poisoning sooner than later. So I thank you very much for the support, and I hate to hear that you will be having to go to the hospital very soon. But I do thank you very much for the support, and we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $5 donation from Neil Wojan. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. Up next, we have a $5 donation from Alex Wolf, who says, I'm a little concerned about Putin's health. It could influence his endgame.
I can agree. We don't really know the actual condition of his health, but we do know that it is deteriorating and he may be dying. So that will, of course, affect what he's thinking and doing, because he really has nothing to lose because he'll be dead anyways. So I thank you very much for the support, and I can agree that that may affect the end game and the end goal of this whole entire thing a huge degree. And so with that, I thank you very much for the support once again, and we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $5 donation from the B Knight 3, who says, what are your thoughts on the recent murders of Russian oligarchs and their families?
I've only heard about, well, actually I haven't heard about any of them, but I saw on stream that someone made a comment saying that there was only one of them that had been killed. And if that is the case, that may be showing that Putin has realized that his friends aren't really friends, and now he's making sure to purge them so that way the ones he'll put in their positions next will not be so quick to turn against him when things go south. That's really all I can say on it, because I don't really have a lot of information, but I do thank you for the support, and I hope that does answer the question, at least to some degree. And so with that being said, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next here, we have another visit from Jason Bourne. He puts in a $5 donation this time and says Kaliningrad is the former Königsberg, and the German population there was deported by Stalin.
Very interesting to know. I did not know that, actually. So I'm guessing all the people who are living there right now are Russians, in a way. So I thank you very much for the support. And I did know that Kaliningrad was, whatchamacallit? Oh, my lord. I'm drawing a blank. Königsberg. Yes. I did know that. And, of course, the Russians do have a thing with renaming cities. So I thank you very much for the support. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $5 donation from VMan29397, who says, how long will it take until Ukraine can deploy the... Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I just dropped some on accident. Sorry about that. Keep on going.
Sounded like a nuclear bomb went off from this end, but anyways, V-Man says, how long will it take until Ukraine can deploy the 107 plus 155 millimeter howitzers from the US, Canada, France, and the Dutch, and will other countries send?
I believe that it will only be a matter of getting the systems there. We know that the Ukrainians have already been trained on that specific howitzer here in the United States, and so I believe it's only a matter of having it shipped there. The question, though, is how fast will it get there? I'm not exactly sure, but Let me think. I'm sorry, I'm drawing blanks, y'all. It's nearly 4 hour stream at this point. I'm sorry, but what should we call it? Jesus Christ, I can't remember it. Um, can you reread that question to me so I can try and pick up where I left off?
Yes, they say, how long will it take until Ukraine can deploy the 107 howitzers?
Okay, all right.
Excuse
I
me.
got the answer to that. I got the answer to that. The question is it transported by ship or plane? Matthew's busting out laughing because I just dropped a massive block of marble over here in my office. And that's what made the racket, if y'all could hear that on the stream. So, anyways, it could take 2 weeks. It could take a month. I'm not entirely sure, but we do know that the crews have already been trained, so it's just a matter of getting the systems there and using them. So I thank you so much for the support, and I hope that does answer the question. And before we move on, I'm looking at this poll here, and it looks like 61% of y'all would like to see the video, and 39% of y'all wouldn't. And while I know that that is a 20% margin in favor of seeing it, that is the closest that the poll. Well, now it's literally 20%. Honestly, I feel like not a lot of people want to see it, and I don't want to put up that video again because then it's going to make this channel not look as serious as it is. So I'm actually going to not put it up because it looks like a lot of people are not in favor of having that thing put up, and I can kind of agree. So I'm going to end the poll right there. I'm sorry, y'all, but I don't think a gaming video will be up. I may make a second channel in the future way down the road and maybe do it then, but not on this channel. I'm not really a big fan of doing that. But anyways, I thank you very much for the support. Well, I'm sorry, I was addressing something else there. I'm about dead at this point. But anyways, we're going to move on to the next question while I can kind of hear Matthew busting out laughing over there.
Okay, and next up we have a $5 donation from Brando Commando, who says, going back and forth between you and Razorfist tonight while I'm writing my philosophy paper. Either way, I appreciate the content, guys. Stay frosty.
Thank you very much. It is interesting to know that you're flipping around and watching other channels. It's kind of weird though, because are you a member of the Leaf Spring Army or not? But I'm just playing with you. I'm glad that you get a wide variety of news. It's always good to get as many sources as possible. Also, I see a lot of people asking in here, what are you talking about? A large block of marble. We actually picked up some marble rocks today. And so I'm actually, the whole entire stream, I've been flipping around a piece of marble in my hands. And yeah, I've just been doing that the whole stream, and I dropped it on accident. But I dropped it because I was getting sidetracked. I placed it on my leg, scooted over to do something, and then it fell off and fell on the floor. So I thank you all very much for the question about what that is. But yes, I do actually have some marble in my hand. It's dirt cheap where we come from. But anyways, I thank you very much for the support to the person who I just addressed their question. And with that, we're going to move on to the next one.
And up next, we have a $5 donation from Andy Williams, who says, at least send food by way of mini sub. There has to be at least someone who will try the mini sub.
Maybe. I'm not really sure how many mini subs there are around Ukraine that could be usable, but nonetheless, anything would help. And I feel like any kind of support that could be given to anyone is better than nothing, of course, as usual. So I thank you very much for the support. Hopefully they will try something like that, because it would be terrible to know that they are just signed off to their fate and they're stuck down there. And so with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $5 donation from Diffuse56, who says, Enforcer, do you agree that much of the time Vladimir Putin looks like he's trying to hold in a fart? Good poll topic.
Yeah, maybe I would say that he kind of does. He was holding onto that table for dear life. He looked like well, I don't know where to go with that joke. He kind of looked like he was blasted drunk and he was trying to hold onto that table so he wouldn't just fall over or something. But I do thank you very much for the support, and I can kind of agree. In fact, we'll run a poll on it. Did Putin look? What was the question again, Matthew?
Let's see. Vladimir Putin looks like he's trying to hold in a fart.
Did Putin look like he was holding in a fart in the recent video? Ask the community. We shall ask them all. And with that, I thank you very much for the support. The poll is up now, and I hope you are pleased. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $5 donation from Retro Nugget, who says, hit the like button. Thank you, men, for your efforts.
And I thank you very much for the support. And it looks like 4,319 people have hit the like button tonight. And I believe this is the highest like stream we've ever had. And so I thank you so much. This video, when it becomes a video, will reach a load of people. And a lot of people will be able to get this news that they may not be able to get elsewhere. And hopefully it is stuff that they haven't heard before. And so I thank you very much for the support. And with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And I want to recognize a $5 donation from Dale Newton. Thank you very much, Dale, for supporting the channel. Up next, we have a $5 donation from Ann Towner, who says, is starving out the Mariupol people in the plant a war crime? It seems like inhumane. Not that war is generally a humane thing, but still.
It's not a war crime at all. Starving out defenders is a pretty tried and true tactic. You know, that's just something that's been the way of war since the dawn of time. Of course, I always want to say as well. I actually don't try and like go out of my way to say disparaging things against the Russians. I just look at it as face value, and there's actually nothing that makes this a war crime. So. Unfortunately, no. I wish there is something we could tack on the list of things that the Russians that have done that are heinous, but this is pretty standard actually. But I do thank you very much for the support. I hope that does answer the question. And with that, we're going to move on to the next one.
And up next here, we have a $5 donation from Honest M, who says Putin has been seen with a famous cancer doctor at many events. He is never too far from him, possibly thyroid cancer, and Putin seen holding on table on TV.
I can't agree. I don't really know about the cancer doctor, but he did look pretty pale, and he was holding on to that table for dear life when he was on that when he was at that meeting with Sergey. So that does suggest that he isn't in as best a health that he could be, and hopefully he's not, and he'll leave this earth sooner than later. So I thank you very much for the support and also sharing that info with us. And with that being said, we're going to move on to the next question.
And just so everybody knows, we have about 6 super chats left, and then we have a couple of our live chat questions. So next up, we have a $5 donation from Ben, who says, I am often an audio follower at work in New Zealand. Your commentary is suitable. I'm not sure how I would perform as a citizen called to arms in an invasion.
I don't think anyone is, and I think the people who say that they would be a badass are probably the people who would be scared the most. And that's why I'm one of the people who would say I have no idea how I would react in a situation like that. Would I become a hero? Would I be a coward? I don't know. Once you don't really know what you're going to do until you're actually put in a situation like that, and then you have to sit there and try and sort the whole thing out. So I hope that kind of addresses what I think about it and kind of addresses the comment in a way. But I thank you very much for the support. And with that being said, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $5 donation from That Frost Wolf, who says, me a little tipsy, sip sip, but wanted to ask, is there anything I and others can do to comfort or make Ukrainians soldiers more happy and encouraged?
I don't really know. I don't really think there's a lot for us to do over here. I think the best thing that we could do, which we did last Sunday, I don't think we'll be doing that fundraiser again soon. But we did Razom, which does a whole bunch of benefits and things for veterans of the Ukrainian army, and I feel like that would do a good bit of help to the soldiers. But I'm just not really sure what we can do from over here to help them out a lot. I just don't know. So unfortunately, I really can't answer that question because I just am lacking ideas right now. But I do thank you very much for the support, and I'm sorry I couldn't answer that question too well. But with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next here, we have a $5 donation from Ninos GLG, who says, what did the Russians mean when they made a statement that they have a 3-ton surprise coming?
I think we may have had an identical question like that earlier, and unfortunately, I have no idea what they mean because I can't think of any kind of missiles that weigh 3 tons. I cannot think of any kind of tanks or vehicles that weigh 3 tons, or anything. I can't think of anything that weighs 3 tons, and I don't know why they're acting like this is some kind of video game release and they're going to hype it up like, oh, no spoilers for anything but 3-ton surprise. I don't know why they're doing that. It seems really goofy and really out of place in a war, but nonetheless. I don't really know. I'm sorry I can't answer that question too well, but we will try and figure out what that 3-ton surprise is later on in the future. So I thank you very much for the support, and with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have another super chat from BSG Wolf for $5. And he says, with that being said, now for a nitric acid Coke break.
That's right. Nitric acid Coke for the win. By the way, I'm not encouraging any of y'all to drink a nitric acid Coke. That's terrible for you. You'd have to go to the hospital and get your stomach pumped probably. But still, it is a joke on this channel, and it's one that I'm starting to see resurge, and I like it. So I thank you very much for the support. And with that being said, we're on to the next question.
And up next, I want to recognize a $5 donation from Chris and Ted Sharp. Thank you very much for your support of the channel and your continued support of the channel. Thank you very much. Up next, we have a $5 donation from guess who? Jason Bourne. He says, does Tachanka use leaf spring suspension?
I think it does. Let's pull that up. Tachanka wagon. Let's go take a look at those wagons and see if they have leaf springs. Let's find a good one. I can see it really well. Oh my god, it does! It really does. It's got leaf springs on there. Does it have it on that one? It does. That's insane. It's actually got leaf springs on the thing. Y'all, we found it. This is actually leaf spring army stuff right here. Wow. That is so cool. Anyways, yes, there's leaf springs on that thing. So with that does answer the question, and I thank you very much for the comment because I never noticed that. But anyways, with that being said, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a $4 super chat from Potent X01 who says, thank you for donating for me as per my request. I doubt you remember me, but I love what you're doing and keep it up. I tip my hat to the Leaf Spring Army and glory to the heroes.
Well, thank you very much for the support, and I am glad that you do enjoy the stream a whole load. I of course kind of give the spill a bit, but I do try and put my best efforts into making sure that these streams are well put together and they have very good information, and so I'm very happy that you do enjoy the streams and that you do like them. So thank you very much once again for the support, and with that being said, we're going to move on to the next question. But before we do, how many do we have left?
We are down to our final one.
All right, and with that, let's get to the final super chat, and then we'll answer some questions from the chat, and then we're going to probably be over the 4-hour mark, which makes this a record length stream on here. So with that, what is the last super chat?
And real quick, I want to recognize a $2 donation from David Rodland. Thank you very much for your support of the channel. And our last super chat here is a $2 donation from That Frost Wolf, who says, how can volunteers get prior combat experience?
Volunteers, I'm not really sure how they can get prior combat experience. I think the best way to do that is if you're really wanting to become a volunteer, is just fake it. I mean, you know, there's nothing morally wrong with faking it to go and do a service in defending a country. You know, a lot of people used to fake stuff in the draft, you know, their age, their weight, and things like that the best they could. So I'm not really sure how, but I would say if you're very determined on wanting to become a volunteer in Ukraine, I would say the best way to do that, if you have no prior military experience and that is a prerequisite to becoming a volunteer, is just faking it and lying about it. But anyways, I thank you very much for the support, and I hope that does answer the question. And with that, we're now going to move on to questions from the live chat in general. We're going to take 3 of them, and then the stream will end at 4 hours in. So with that, let's get to the first question from the live chat.
So our first question from the live chat is from Honest M, who says, Enforcer, have you taken a look at Transnistria? It is crazy how it is frozen in time, and it is the last holdout of USSR. There are Soviet monuments and buildings everywhere.
I have seen Transnistria, and it has been something of an interesting topic that I've looked into a while ago. And it is crazy. It literally is insane. It's still pretty much a little communist country. Let's pull that thing up and take a look at it. Transnistria. There we go. So here's the flag of Transnistria, and also they call this their co-official flag. That kind of tells you who they're aligned with. Nonetheless, it's a little strip of land in Moldova that's very small. It's a very, very small amount of land, but nonetheless, it is a tiny little communist country. Look, here's the president of Transnistria from 1991 to 2011. Doesn't he look communist? He looks communist. Anyways, moving on from that, we're going to try and show some more stuff. Well, you see the city council building in kind of like a typical Stalinist Soviet-looking fashion, much like a lot of the buildings built during the Soviet times. We can also see a T-34-85 on display. So Rodno. I think that says for the motherland in Russian. I'm not really sure. But nonetheless, you can see that they have, of course, the usual Soviet propaganda pieces like a T-34-85. We can also see, what is this? The Transnistrian Parliament building, fronted by a statue of Lenin. So this is about as Soviet-looking as you can get with the brutalist style architecture and such. But with that, yes, it is frozen in time. So to answer that question, I can entirely agree. And so with that, we're going to move on to the next question.
And up next, we have a question from Ken. He says, Enforcer, do you think adding a second monitor has had a negative impact on the stream?
I don't think it has. I think sometimes I'm able to see things unfold live sometimes on the chat, and so that does help out a little bit, and it also helps me try and help Matthew moderate, because it's a huge deal to moderate this stream. I don't think it has. Honestly, it has helped me out a pretty good bit. But yeah, that's kind of my view on it. But I thank you very much for the question. And with that, we're going to move on to the last question of the night. And so, who is the lucky last person to get in a question for tonight, Matthew?
So the last super chat of the night of this very, very long marathon stream is Peter Pordev. He says, when do you believe the Russian advance to Moldova will begin?
The Russian advance to Moldova, I don't think will begin. I think that was attempted weeks ago when they were at the gates of Mykolaiv and they were trying to take the city and most likely the bridge crossing the river, and they failed. And I believe that was the time that they would have gone and done something like that. I believe that that window is past. They can no longer launch a naval invasion due to the anti-ship missiles the Ukrainians possess. Their flagship has been sunk. The Russians have been pushed back from Mykolaiv, and so everything has gone the opposite of what it should have been going, the direction it should have been going in, for them to have been able to successfully launch and kind of conquest of the rest of the southern coast of Ukraine. So I don't think they will. I don't think they will be doing that anytime in the future. So I hope that answers the question. And with that, we've reached the end of tonight's stream. We have been on stream live for 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 41 seconds right now. And as I continue to talk, it will now pass the 4-hour mark. I thank you all so much for watching. If you watched the entire way through, that is a level of dedication that I'm very happy that a lot of people do enjoy these streams to watch it that long. And I thank you all so much for enjoying it. I hope I did deliver some very interesting news tonight that you haven't heard elsewhere, and that it is of a good value. And so I thank you all so much. Also, to answer one last question from Senin, who says, do you have the summer off, or will you be working or taking a class? I actually max out I do like 15 credit hours every single semester, summer, fall, and spring. So I will actually be doing a full load of classes in the summer as well. But I thank you all very much for the support, and I hope to see y'all all in tomorrow's stream. I'm going to go and try and get some sleep, because this has gone on very long. This is now a 4-hour stream. So I thank you all so much, and I hope you all enjoyed, and I'll see y'all all tomorrow. Good night, and take care.